Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farm Folio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
This one goes out to the one I love. This one goes out to the one I've left behind. A simple prop to occupy my time. This one goes out to the one I love. This one goes out to the one I love. This one goes out to the one I've left behind. Thank you. Simple pride to occupy my time. This one goes out to the one I love. This one goes out to the one I love. This one goes out to the one I've left behind. Another prop has occupied my time. This one goes out to the one I love.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're off and rolling on a Friday. Rockstar Lunsford and Forrester behind the big glass. Forrester looks like he's ready for a game outdoor in Green Bay or Buffalo, but you know what? Neither one of them made it.
It's a little chilly in here today.
It's a little cool in here. You know me. I love cold, right?
First day I haven't worn a jacket, by the way. First day I have not worn a jacket in like 3 months.
I've got one in there if you want to wear mine.
I might have to.
Okay.
We've got the AC on. I luckily wore my hoodie today, so it's a little warm, and I can keep my hand warmers going in here like I'm calling plays.
The last owners of this building were so cheap that they would cut everything off on weekends, and now I guess these new ones are just so flush with cash that they're just going to run the AC.
Let it run, boys.
The bill is still going to the old guys, probably. 60 degrees high yesterday, so what probably happened after we left here yesterday was people on this floor had the air conditioning turned on and probably still kicking it.
Who turns the AC on at 60?
People.
Yeah, Brown.
Sometimes I used to turn the heat off at night to sleep and then turn it back on in the morning where you could see your breath. Then a wife ruined that.
People will build those sunrooms. I guess people still do that. I don't know, to add on to the back of their house.
Yeah.
Brown builds an igloo.
I like it cold. This is very comfortable for me. I'm not going to lie.
It's great to sleep in, not to do a show in.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, well, I wish we had the Forrester cam up right now. He is ready. By the way, if the game was being played in Buffalo this weekend, if they had beaten Kansas City, I think they're expecting in the state of New York anywhere from 5 to 2 feet of snow.
I saw this story yesterday.
5 inches to 2
no.
feet. Yeah.
No. Oh, really?
Or is it 20 feet?
No. I think it's 20 feet.
Okay, I lost it there.
Which
5 feet
sounds
to 20
incredible.
feet, yeah.
I saw this story yesterday that the city of New York, they're warning their residents, which in a city like New York, when they start warning their residents, it must be pretty bad. They were warning them, hey, guys, expect anywhere from 2 to 20 feet. And I'm like, can we not narrow it down a little more?
Yeah, that's what I saw, 2 to 20.
So Buffalo on Sunday, it's going to snow. The low is 4.
They call that January.
The low is 4. The high is 24. It's better than Saturday. The high is only 13. Now, I do want to see, so I think that's a better situation for Cincinnati to have to go to Kansas City. You guys would agree?
Yep.
Absolutely. And it's 44 on Sunday in partly cloudy.
Oh, in Kansas City?
Yeah.
That's balmy for
that's,
January.
That's summer league. That's USFL weather.
Yeah, they can deal with that.
Now, how about for the Rams?
Inside SoFi Stadium. They played $1 billion
I get
for that weather.
But if they would have had to go to Green Bay, you know what the temperature in Green Bay is right now?
I just saw one of our neighbors out in the hall. I forgot she was a Green Bay fan, and boy, she is still beat up about it. What is the temperature? 1. It is 1. What is the high for Sunday?
The high for Sunday is 27. The low is 11.
So
no, you're on Aaron Rodgers' Green Bay Wikipedia page. How many Super Bowls has he won?
One.
It's 1.
So how bad? I mean, it's bad enough to live in Green Bay anyway, right? With that weather. How bad is it to live there and have to sit inside and watch the NFC Championship game that you're not hosting, and you
don't
still
watch
have that
it.
weather?
I don't think you watch it.
Yeah. Maybe not. Would you be watching this weekend if the Rams had lost?
Yes, he would.
Yeah, but I didn't have the expectation. So when the Rams went into Green Bay last year with Jared Goff, they actually played them a little tighter than most people thought. But I didn't have a lot of expectation for that Rams team because it was Goff with a bad thumb. So, yeah, I watched the championship games. And I'll watch the Super Bowl if the Rams lose.
Yeah,
we'll have a Super Bowl party.
I mourned the loss of the Bucs for the entire first half of the Chiefs and Bills game. But by halftime, I was like, well, I want to turn on and see I thought maybe Tom had retired in the first 2 hours after the loss, so I turned on to watch halftime.
Yeah, but
and
again, a little different
watch
for
the
you.
game. It was fantastic.
Within a calendar year, you've won a championship, so it is a little different for you.
I had a question. I love sports questions from me. Thinking about this in the shower last night. If you all three had to come to a consensus, you get one interview today with one player in these championships games Sunday, what do you choose? You all have to be the consensus.
See, here's the thing. I approach
one
this
exclusive Zoom interview. This guy does not do any other interviews before the game.
But he's also engaged and wants to be with us and nobody else.
I know a guy that's really engaged in his interviews. I know which direction I would
That's
go.
what I was going to say is I approach this differently than many people in our industry. Most people in our industry would say, I want the biggest name in the game. I want the most entertaining, most engaged person. I don't care if he's at the bottom of the 53. If he's funny, does a good interview, and is engaged in doing it, that's who I would want.
Wants to be with us.
I don't know who that is, so give me that person.
To me, that's Matt Stafford.
I knew.
No, but I mean, Matt Stafford is. He's engaged. He's funny. He seems like just a really good dude, and I think he would be all about, like, if he was If he committed to do 10 or 15 minutes, he would be committed to do 10 or 15 minutes.
I'd rather have his wife.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is a funny story, and I had no idea until yesterday. The roommate follows her, listens to her podcast, and apparently she bought a bunch of tickets. And so she was giving them away, making sure that 49ers fans didn't have the following that they had at SoFi Week 18. So she said, if you've got a good story, if you've got pictures, DM me, and I'm going to send tickets to different people. So the roommate composed basically a half a novel and sent all these pictures off.
We got some of the pictures for us to show our viewing audience as you watch us on YouTube and Twitch and
so the roommate
Facebook
was convinced we were going to LA this weekend, and it didn't happen.
Oh, a lot of leg from Lance there. That's
that's a lot of leg.
It's November.
Are you sitting in gum?
I like Jack with the St. Louis jersey.
Sam Bradford jersey.
Yeah.
I never thought you wore St. Louis, but you had to, I guess.
That was C-Stu present, by the way.
Lance covered in a blanket.
Those C-Stu, those are full footy pajamas.
Oh, wow. Full footy pajamas.
Hot as hell.
Yeah,
you know who
modern
that
day.
is? Am I right?
Who? Isaac Bruce.
No, the greatest
Eric Dickerson.
the greatest center in NFL history.
Oh, really?
A lot.
Dwight Stevenson?
Dwight Stevenson. We were in Baumhauer's box last year.
How about that?
That was for Bettis' last rookie game, the last game ever at the Big A.
That's you?
That's me and me and Rampage.
We can't go reverse. Can we fast forward and get back to that one? I mean,
I had a lot of hair, didn't I?
you did have a lot of hair, but it looked like you had a little bit more weight on you than I've ever seen you have.
That was my senior year in college. Probably, yeah. I mean, I wasn't working out back then.
Yeah, I mean,
I was drinking a lot.
I mean, you were a ripped guy my entire time.
Yeah, make it back up, Dunaway. Yes, cover the whole back up.
Yes.
No,
This
look,
is Dunaway.
that is the most.
Well,
I mean,
that's a baggy shirt too, and that's the tuck job over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was back when clothes didn't have to touch you.
Yeah,
My favorite years.
That's the closest LT and I have ever looked alike right there. That picture.
He's trying. Can't catch up to you now because you're ripped.
I like the picture of Leighton and Jack with you because it makes me think of, and I don't know if your kids were like this. I don't know. But like that first Dolphins game when I'm so excited about it, my whole family comes downstairs and they're watching it with me and everybody's excited. And by halftime, they're all back upstairs. And it's the last time I see them on an NFL Sunday.
Well, I don't
It's
know.
like week one, first half.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their Dolphin shirts on. Everybody's fired up.
You've never told a story on this format, so tell them what you used to have to do in the St. Louis Rams days.
Actually, and I'll send Forrester a picture of that in break too, because I've got one. So what I used to do to bait my kids into watching the games with me, because I wanted them to be lifelong Rams fans. And look, Jack the other night, unprompted, had a Rams jacket on that he wore to dinner. He's not a big fan. He doesn't watch the games. He won't even watch this weekend. But I used to sit them down, and I would put together a box of treats. And if the Rams scored, all they had to do was score, they would get this nice box of treats. And the problem was there were multiple games the Rams got shut out. And so my kids would sit there and wait. And I'd only give them a little something for a field goal. For a touchdown, I would give them a big box of candy. I'm trying to find one of these. And I remember one time for whatever reason, they had one of those games against the Texans where they were scoring at will. And Dunaway had tweeted out, the Taylor kids are probably going to go into shock.
Yeah, they got a sugar high.
Sugar high.
God, that guy used to be really funny on Twitter back in the day.
I'm trying to find
All
this
right,
picture.
you send it in the commercial break.
Yeah,
We'll get that
but
picture up. We got 4 hours.
That's the way my family is, though. They'll get fired up week one. And then the rare primetime Dolphins game, like a Thursday night, maybe a Monday night, never a Sunday night, they'll do the same. Dolphins gear. Other than that, did I tell the story on the air about my daughter going to her boyfriend's house and her dad's a big Bills fan?
No,
I don't think you did.
Well, I think we saw the tweet, didn't we?
You want to save that for when the Dolphins are in the playoffs? Or you
I'll
want to go ahead
forget
and
it by
jump
then,
into
Jim.
the championship weekend here?
I'll forget it by then. What time? What time?
Dunn
do the
always
Bucks?
firing all cylinders
What time do
today.
the Bucks kick off tomorrow, Jim?
A few hours shorter than the last time the Dolphins kicked off in the playoffs.
Okay, yeah, keep digging.
Yeah.
So my daughter's boyfriend, her husband, my daughter's boyfriend, his dad. Jeez, Ryan.
Wow.
My daughter's boyfriend's dad is a big Bills fan, and she was at his house Sunday during the Bills-Chiefs game. And I text her. I showed this text on social media. I text her and I said, ask the name, watching the Bills? And she said, yes. I said, if you cheer for them just to be nice, you'll need to find another place to sleep. And her immediate response was, I have made it clear the Browns are no fan of the Bills or Josh Allen. And I can't tell you how proud I was of that. I mean, I really, really was. I was like, man, I know she doesn't sit down and watch the Dolphins with me every Sunday, but enough of it has rubbed off. Like, she'll wear Dolphins gear to school, and the high school football coach is like, oh, your Dolphin stuff goes to Tua. And she's like, no, sir, Dolphins from the cradle.
I would say
and that made me proud as a father.
I would say as a modern-day parent of a teenager, that you encouraged her that if she cheered for a team, find somewhere else to sleep. She didn't say, all right, I'll cheer for the Bills and stay at the house over here. That's where I would be proud that she said, nope, I'm coming back to our house.
I thought it was pretty awesome that she pointed out not only the Bills but Josh Allen.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to the house. That's a great story from Brownie. We'll get into basketball last night. LT will send some of these pictures to Forrester. You get those throughout the show. Big wins for UAB and Auburn's women as well. We'll talk about that after I tell you about the fine folks at the University of Montevallo, where they are waiting on your son or daughter for 4 or 5 years of a great college experience right there. Home of the national champion, the best bass fishing team in America. They also have esports teams and 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports, including men's and women's basketball, great soccer, softball, baseball, all of that at the University of Montevallo. Fully funded scholarship, great facilities, 75 majors. Find out why your son or daughter, or maybe you going back to school to get a master's degree or a different degree can happen at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. I got the Montevallo sweatshirt on today.
I like that sweatshirt. It's a good looking sweatshirt.
Old school sweatshirt. I think I picked this up today. We moved my daughter in school there. She's a junior there now. Theater department, great teaching school, communication school. The great Chris Stewart, Alabama broadcaster, is from there. You can check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Auburn, Alabama tomorrow in the Big 12 Challenge. Last night, though, fantastic basketball game in Bowling Green, Western Kentucky and UAB. The Blazers get the win, and the guy who's been the back-to-back Conference USA Player of the Week, and Jordan Walker, did it again. He had onions last night.
Boy, he did that with Jelly Walker, that shot at the end, and he had not been a huge factor in the second half. I caught a little bit of the first half of that game, but I was all in on the second half. UAB never trailed until I think it was under a minute to go.
43 seconds to go.
Yeah, under a minute to go. And Scott's showing video right now of the Jelly Walker winner. It was
not a high percentage shot, but boy, nothing but the bottom of the net.
Yeah, it was just a spectacular second half, back and forth. Western Kentucky kept trying to claw back in it, and UAB just would not let them. And finally, Western Kentucky gets that lead, and Lance, UAB didn't crumble, man. That was an impressive win.
No, they didn't. And as you said, led wire to wire until that final 43 seconds. I just wish Andy Kennedy would have fouled at the end there, because I had Western Kentucky +3. I got the push. So that was one of those where they scratched and clawed, and you felt good about the Hilltoppers. That's a good team to lose 4 consecutive games.
Yeah, it really is. Western Kentucky's a really talented team. You said yesterday it was going to be tricky for UAB. It did look like Andy, after the 3 with 5 seconds to go, was trying to set up for them to foul if they got into a good position.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do it if it's close to them getting a shot off. So if you're not getting them somewhere at mid-court or something, you don't risk it.
I thought it was interesting. Stansbury had a timeout, and he let him play. I don't know what your guys' philosophy is there. Are you better off trusting your team to get a 3 and make a team play in transition with everybody's hair on fire, or do you call a timeout to try to run your best play?
Well, see, that would have been, you were talking about timeout right when he hits the bucket, so with 5 seconds, timeout.
Timeout. As soon as the bucket goes through, I'm calling timeout, and I'm setting up my full-court play.
I don't like the NBA where you get the ball at half court
I don't
at that
either.
point.
That's so cheap.
So you still have to work the floor at that point. You got to get it in.
I'm fouling around the timeline.
Yeah, see, I think that would have set up UAB to be able to foul.
For Andy to tell his team that, yeah.
First inbound, you foul there.
That's right.
Right?
There's 3.5 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
More than likely, you're not going to try to make both free throws in that situation. More likely, you're going to try to make one, miss the second on purpose.
Yeah.
And the percentages just drop
I just thought it
dramatically.
was interesting. Those are, we criticized Conzo Martin. You weren't here Thursday or Wednesday. You weren't here Wednesday after Conzo Martin didn't foul Auburn and let the game play out, and he got burned by doing it. Wimp said, I thought you should foul near, I thought you should have a clock in your head. Lance was right. That's asking a lot of the players. Wimp said you foul right away. Yep. As soon as Auburn inbounds it in the backcourt, you foul and extend that game from that moment. That's what Wimp said. Conzo Martin let it entirely play out and he got burned.
Yep.
I thought it was interesting, the non-timeout by Stansbury there, but I think you're right. I think you're better just playing through.
But I think, Dunaway, for Andy, I think part of the thought process has to be the Hilltoppers aren't hitting their threes. They're 4 of 17 this game.
That's right.
So, it's not going in for them. So, although the higher percentage might be foul in this situation, we'll let them take a 3, and if they hit it, worst case, we go to overtime.
Well, you got if you're going to foul them, you foul them before they can get cross half court, eat a little bit more time away, and then set up something. In that situation, you don't foul, because if you get in that awkward situation, if you're fouling the shooter and it goes in, that's the only way you can lose a game.
That's right. He gets the 3+1, right? And you lost the game.
So for UAB, they get that win, 68-65. Jordan Walker jelly with the bucket with 5 to go. Great angles from several different fans there that we showed you there in the video. Of UAB getting that walk-off win virtually. They're up at A.B. Diddle, at Diddle Arena.
Diddle, I think. Diddle Arena, yeah. That's a tough place to play. I mean, that's a history-rich program for that level.
And you know Stansbury always has players.
Yeah, I mean, he does. People will look at the record, though, of Western Kentucky and say, why are you guys making such a big deal out of this win? I think it's probably the second or third best team in that conference. I think La Tech obviously is really good. UAB's the best team in the conference.
Again, I don't know how they're sitting at 10-10 and 2-5 in conference and losing 4 consecutive games. I mean, to me, and I know they were down double digits at one point in that game, but that's a pretty good team.
Yeah, I think Western Kentucky will. If you say La Tech and UAB are the 2 best teams in the league, you know, I could see Western Kentucky playing on championship. Championship Saturday, whenever they play their championship game, which I think is Saturday. You could see them being one of those tournament teams that gets there. They're going to be, 16-14, whatever their record's going to be, and they're going to be like, oh, they could punch your ticket. Rick Stansbury could get Western Kentucky if they upset UAB today.
And
or
I still think
like
North
that.
Texas is really good.
Yeah, and see, that's what I was about to bring up. So UAB beats North Texas on one of these road swings, right, and gets the win at North Texas, which, Clark Kellogg calls out as he thinks the best team in Conference USA. And then 2 days later on that road trip, the backside of it, a bad loss to Rice. Here's UAB now with a good win at Western Kentucky. Now tomorrow they play at Marshall.
Yeah, you don't want tough travel, by the way.
You don't want to back that up.
Yeah.
Just like you did the Texas swing with this swing up that way, Kentucky over to Huntington, West Virginia, to play Marshall. You want to take care of business against Marshall and come on back home with another win.
The good news is Marshall is the Georgia of CUSA.
That's right.
Now, that didn't work out well for Alabama and Nate Oates.
Yeah, but I don't think Rice is any good either. And that's my point. North Texas was, Rice isn't. Western Kentucky is. Marshall is not.
Marshall is the only defeated team right now in CUSA. They're 0-7 in conference.
So we'll see what UAB does when they go Saturday. The men at Auburn and Alabama are in the Big 12 shootout. We'll talk more about that coming tomorrow. It's a big day of SEC basketball all over TV, and as we usually do, we will pick how the SEC does in the Big 12 SEC shootout. And I got a trend that I've seen. I've made my picks.
Is it not an angle?
It is a trend and/or angle.
Okay.
Yeah, right through the junk of Apache or whatever you used to say. I've got that for you. But there was women's basketball last night.
Oh, I forgot. Lance was the creator.
The sound effect.
I forgot. Yeah.
0-7. 0-7 was Auburn's women in the SEC. They are what we were talking about with Marshall or Georgia earlier this week.
Oh my God, were they really done away?
They were, and last night. Bobby from Homewood, go ahead. Email him, Lance at whatever he is here at Next Round Live. UAB beat Tennessee, number 4 in the country. Auburn beats number 4 Tennessee. The Auburn women had not won an SEC basketball game. They had lost 38 straight against top 5 teams in women's college basketball, and they upset number 4 Tennessee last night. Auburn Arena gets a little play on SportsCenter last night. On the week Auburn basketball's had with the men beating Kentucky, going to number 1, and then the Auburn women upsetting a top 5 team in the country. So that's your basketball from last night. A lot to get to on the show, including Brock Huard, who's coming up on the other side. We'll talk to Brock about the NFL weekend coming up and also some moves in college football, including it looks like Jackson Dart is going to be a Rebel, and he's bringing a tight end with him. That is huge for Lane Kiffin. That's coming up. Our show being brought to you in part today by the great folks at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. They bring a lock for you every day. You'd hit 2 nights ago. How'd you do yesterday?
We had Ohio State, so we hit the lock, but we were 1-1 because we had Iowa. Congratulations on a state win. Purdue was shooting lights out. I mean, Iowa did almost everything they could do, and they couldn't even just hang with Purdue just because Purdue was that good.
I was going back and forth between that and UAB. It was such a fun game.
Playing their best basketball last night. Should have gotten Western Kentucky just based on how that game played out. but 1-1-1.
Yep.
We'll tell you what, but we did hit the lock.
We'll have another lock coming up later today, maybe in the show. We'll repeat what I'm telling you about Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing then. If not, later on at the Lance Taylor, you can always check out the great Jeremy Purvis and his team. They can handle all your commercial and residential plumbing needs. They give you free quotes as well. 205-516-4927, 516-4927. Listen, we know every day you don't wake up and need a plumber every day, but when you need a plumber, remember Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. IronMountainWorld.com. They handle plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures. They are licensed, bonded, and insured. They'll give you a free quote. I've used them before. They come out. Great folks. Some of them are even Jeremy's family members. I think his son still makes house calls there as well. You can check him out. IronMountainWorld.com. IronMountainWorld.com. Just drain it.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne, serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. It may feel like summer's a long way off, but it will be here before you know it. Now is the time to let our friends at Wayne's get your lawn in shape to ensure you and your family enjoy that barefoot good summer lawn. The first month's free with a 1-year Enviro Lawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Give them a call today. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com and let Wayne's create your happy place.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. 3 great locations: Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill. Spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's as we get ready for a championship weekend in the National Football League. It starts Sunday at 2 on CBS with the Chiefs as a 7-point favorite against the Bengals. 3.5 is the Rams in the late game as they host the 49ers.
Yeah,
Odie's.
Great place to watch games this weekend is Odie's. It's Birmingham Institution, located right there in Crestline Village. Great food from Rodney Davis for 30 years now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, and, of course, those styrofoam cups, the world-famous cocktails from Odie's. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Brock Huard in just a second. A new deal for Bruce Pearl in the works that will keep him at Auburn the rest of his career, according to the folks at the Opelika Auburn News. We'll get more details from that coming up at Justin Hokanson in the final hour of the show, and we'll discuss that a little bit more. You know, I occasionally listen to Brock's Sirius XM show.
Oh, yeah?
I did too. He does a great job
It
on it.
really does. And he wasn't on the show yesterday, but they were talking about one of his I don't know the word, Brown, but it's not a commandment on the show, but it's one of Brock's.
Why don't you ask Brock?
It's one of Brock's beliefs. Brock, you said at one point in your show, because they were joking about it yesterday without you, that you don't trust. It was one of your confessions on the show that you don't trust anybody that doesn't do their own lawn work, yard work.
Uh-oh.
Is that true?
100%.
No, you don't trust any of us.
I do.
You got me.
How much do you like coming on this show, Brock?
Yeah,
we're 4 for 4.
It's
No,
called
I'm the one that does it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, it's called Confessions. We do them on Thursday.
Uh-huh.
And Ben Hartsock is usually an absolute jewel. Have you guys had Hartsock on your guys' show yet?
It's been a while.
Years.
I'll tell you, it's so weird. I can remember the last time he was on. It was right before Bama, Ohio State played down in New Orleans. We were at the Rusty Nail. You guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Ben Hartsock came on that day to preview the game, and we were like, okay, you think Ohio State's going to win, whatever. They got a third-string quarterback playing. They're not going to be at Alabama. They won. They won that
And he was
game.
right, yeah.
Yeah, do your own yard work. Teach your next generation well. I want my son Titus to learn nothing. If there's nothing else that he learns from his papa, I don't really care about, quarterback mechanics or hitting a jump shot. Just watch your dad edge. Watch him mow. Watch the perfect lines in the lawn. Watch him weed. Watch him fertilize. I think there's something to be said. I'm not a man of the soil. I'm not a farmer nor a rancher, so sometimes I wish I was. But at least I can hand down him watching me work with my hands and take care of my very well manicured lawn.
Well, can I ask you, how old is young Titus?
Titus is 12.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask, I've got a 14-year-old, and I heard you months ago, and I meant to bring this up. How important Rocky IV was for our generation growing up, and a lot of these kids don't realize the Cold War and what was going on, and the ultimate rival was Russia. And that movie, I think, to any kid in our age range, it just gives you chills even when you go back and watch it because of what it meant to us. So I introduced the Rocky franchise to my 14-year-old about 2 years ago, about the age of young Titus, and he just loved the Rocky franchise. And although he didn't really grasp it to the point that we got it, he absolutely loved it.
Yep, and then he probably went into Creed. Titus did that too.
Yep.
Don't go pat yourself on the back and be proud of you handing down Rocky You can hand down Rocky and lawn care. Okay, you can do both of you can do both of those things well.
Hey, speaking of Rocky IV, I stumbled across this podcast, Brock, and I just started it. But the great Scorpion song, Winds of Change. I know you know the song, Brock, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, phenomenal song. So this podcast tackles, and I did not know that this was an urban legend, that the CIA actually got the Scorpions. The CIA basically wrote the lyrics and got the Scorpions to release the song. No, I swear, because it was propaganda in Russia, and the song hit like #1 in the old Soviet Union. I don't know if you've ever heard that urban legend.
I actually had heard that. I could not confirm nor deny that. Much like Rocky IV, when Rocky in the end in the ring in Moscow on Christmas said, "If I can change and you could change, and we could change." Much like that ended the Cold War as well. I mean, I think that was similar winds of change propaganda. Okay, can we get to the Rams, please?
Yes.
Sorry, Brock.
Please, Brock, I'm dying. It was the most painful victory I've ever seen in my 40-plus years of being a Rams fan this past Sunday, watching how that game unfolded and holding on for dear life and beating the Bucs. Now this is the Rams Drago they're going against in San Francisco, and I just don't get the quarterback matchup's not even close, but San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan, they have a formula to beat this Rams team. Does it change Sunday in SoFi, though?
I think it has to change, and this is why you went and got Matthew Stafford, right? This is a game, and I think it showed going against Tom Brady, too, that, you know what, in the past, I think with Jared Goff, if you did not run the ball, have the semblance of a run game and the play action and everything off of it, you would just get stifled. It would be such a challenge to win. Now, obviously, the Niners have beaten them, both times this year, and Stafford has been there. But I think much like what you saw Sunday against Vita Vea and that front seven, they came out throwing it, right? They came out trusting Matthew Stafford. They came out and said, we're not going to just run our head into the wall. And we'll still do some of our outside zone, and we'll still incorporate some of our run game, even though our Akers fumbled twice. But Matthew, go out and win this game. Go out and use your talent, your experience in the short passing game, the intermediate passing game, and then ultimately the killer, the home run, the dagger at the end to take their soul away from them. So I think you will see a similar mindset. I think Matthew Stafford goes into this game empowered. If I can beat Tom Brady, then we can slay these 49ers and Shanahan in the edge they've had, maybe as much, frankly, from the neck up as anywhere else, right? They just believe. I went on Monday. I drove up and watched my oldest daughter play, and it was Montana State. Big rivalry in that state. Montana had not won there in 9 years, and it was remarkable to watch the game. Some of the veteran senior players that had never beaten them just making mental mistakes that you've not seen all year. Talked to the coach yesterday. He's like, man, we watched the tape, and it was remarkable. But I didn't take into account how many of those scars, how many of those calluses, how many of the times that they have lost in that building for 9 straight years, and they couldn't overcome it. I do think that ends in SoFi Sunday afternoon, and I think Matthew Stafford's a big part of it.
You've been around a lot of guys who have fumbled footballs or dropped passes. What do you do with Cam Akers? You mentioned that. Do you go right back to him and trust him and hand him the football in big moments?
No. Nope, I think they tried that.
Not the answer I was expecting.
No, I don't think you do. I think you tried that, and I think they even made that point in the broadcast on Sunday that, okay, he fumbled at the end of the first half. Wasn't quite as big a deal, though it sure would have been helpful, right, to totally step on their throats. But, okay, you go back to him in the second half. Well, he fumbles again. And if I remember right, and I did a few of his games at Florida State, he was like a 5-star, number 1, number 2 recruit out of Mississippi, dual-threat quarterback to transition to playing running back. And I think for those guys sometimes that just innate ball security you learn as a 5-year-old running back, right, tucking that ball and everything else, there's a learning curve to that. And I think also once you fumble a few times, that gets into your head just like the yips do. So, no, I don't think this is the stage where we try to have a reclamation project. This is the stage where you do everything to win. And I think that means in critical moments, making sure he's not the one ball handling it.
Brock Huard is with us. You can go follow him on Twitter at Brock Huard. See him on Fox. Download all of his podcasts, and he does a tremendous job with all of that. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This just looks like an impossible spot for Cincinnati, Brock. I mean,
yep.
you know, they've gotten here. It was an improbable win at Tennessee, the way all of that went down, getting sacked 9 times and still finding a way to win the game. But, boy, it just feels like the train stops here in Kansas City.
I would agree. I think the only positive is that it's certainly the belief and the thought, I think, by the masses is you've got no chance. And we always know, especially in this day and age with that age group, if you want to put a bigger chip on their shoulder, go right ahead at your own peril. I think the other reality is did Kansas City an unbelievably emotional game. I mean, if this were college football, and I know these are pros, but they're still humans. If this were college football, we would say, geez, you know, can they fill up the emotional tank again? Man, they had to expend all that energy. They had to play into overtime, and can they refill it, right, and get it back and play to that same intensity and that same emotion against an opponent that they're more favored to beat and inexperienced and hadn't been there before and all of those things. So I think that would be the only thing to watch for, especially early, is Kansas City just kind of goes through the motions a little bit, kind of like they did the first playoff game, right? Bunch of punts, 3 and outs, and give the ball away. And who knows, maybe Joe Burrow and Cincinnati could possess it and throw it. And Kansas City's secondary ain't good. And you've got some dynamic young receivers that are going to get open and catch the ball. So that would be about the only script I think I could write for Cincinnati is that Kansas City doesn't have that juice, that building, because they've been there time and time and time again and just watched one of the most epic masterpieces you're ever going to watch in a football game. Can they get themselves to the same level that they did a week ago? That would be about the only script to keep this game super competitive into the fourth quarter.
Okay, Brock, in 3 years, who has a better chance of being the best at their position, Joe Burrow or Jamar Chase?
Ooh, I think that's easier for Jamar Chase, right? I do think it's easier for him because he doesn't have to have an O-line and a run game and everything else, and he's not getting sacked 9 times. So I think it's a little easier preservation for him and growth and development for him at that position, kind of like a Julio Jones, right, to watch him just ascend and just say, my goodness gracious, continue to refine your game, learn your defensive backs, learn your division, learn your conference. I think it's probably a little easier for him to ascend to that. Now he needs Joe Burrow to stay upright, right? He needs Joe Burrow to stay healthy. I saw a scout earlier this year. I think I was in L.A. for USC, UCLA, and they were out at practice. A bunch of scouts were watching, obviously, Drake London and the defensive end there for Drake Jackson for USC, and one of them was a Cincy scout. And I said, man, you know, what a great year you guys have had. It's been fun watching you guys ascend. And he said, you know, Joe has learned. Can't make every single play, right? He's learned to take sacks, learned to throw the ball away. And as he continues to learn, you're going to see us grow. And he was absolutely right. I would bet probably on the receiver, as I said, because I think it's less about all the pieces around him, where that quarterback still needs an organization. I think Cincinnati's got to commit to the finances and everything to continue to build. You got to improve on that offensive line. You got to stay healthy. All of those factors. No, by the way, you're also in the AFC competing against Josh Allen, competing against Justin Herbert, competing against Patrick Mahomes, competing against so many other phenomenal young guns at quarterback.
I want to ask you one college football before you get out of here. Jackson Dart either has already enrolled or looks like he's going to go to Ole Miss. Shooting star for a few games last year at USC. From what you've seen of him, either in person or in highlights, what is Lane Kiffin getting? And do you think he'll find success in the SEC?
He is getting a phenomenally talented dude. So I actually called 2 games of his last year when he came onto the scene up at Washington State. If you remember that one in September, Slovis got hurt in the first quarter. I think Dart threw 2 picks and then threw for 350 yards and broke every freshman. And he was a true freshman, right? He wasn't a redshirt freshman. He was,
and he did it on a bad knee, Brock. Remember, he got that knee hit like on that second possession.
He tried to scramble around and think he was in Utah playing high school football, and yes, significantly hurt his MCL to the point that he missed the next month of the season with that injury. And then I had him against UCLA as well, where I think he threw for almost 400 yards and just chucked it all over the field. He's a big physical kid now. It's funny that I did not know that and see that. Do you remember with Hugh Freeze? You guys are going to remember the name because I did a few of the Ole Miss games. And who was the QB that played in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl? They ended up getting blown out by TCU.
Was it Bo Wallace?
Bo Wallace.
Yep.
And I remember you in our production meeting talking about Bo Wallace. And Jackson's bigger and he's stronger and he's got a more natural release and arm and everything else. But they are of the similar hairstyle. They are of the similar charisma and flair. And I remember you saying, "Oh, Bo was all boy. Bo was all boy." And I was like, "Well, what does that mean?" I'm from the Pacific Northwest. What does all boy mean? He's like, "Oh, he's just a wild stallion. Like he may throw it anywhere and everywhere, but he's all boy." And I think Jackson, old Oxford and Ole Miss, is going to get he's not all boy. He's a lot of grown man in him, but he is a very, very talented guy that's going to fit in that system incredibly well.
All right, at Brock Huard on Twitter. You see him on Fox, here on Sirius XM, Brock and Salk podcast as well, wherever you get your podcast. And you can find all of that on Brock's Twitter account, at Brock Huard. Always fun, Brock. Thank you for the time. Enjoy the games this weekend.
And just do it, man. If you don't mow the lawn, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Just go out there and pull some weeds.
Okay.
Go out there and just do a little edge it. Do a little something with your hands. It'll make you feel good, and your 14-year-old son will say, "Wow, Dad, I'm proud of you. I'm actually proud of you getting out there and working."
Here's the thing. In true fashion of this show, Brock, we have no weeds in our yard thanks to Wayne's. Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. So there you go.
Goodbye. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Brock. See ya. Brock Huard with us
Go Rams. I love it.
on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
One day Brock's going to be on with us so much, he's going to end up hitting us back up, wanting us to sell his Sirius XM show.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
We'd sign up for that, wouldn't we?
When I called him, I told him the question I asked you guys about asking for one player to interview. He goes, "Oh, Matt Stafford."
Oh, wow. So 2 for 2 on Stafford.
It's like, I can't wait to talk about some Rams.
Hey, can I quickly? He knows the show. Wind of Change, people are asking in the Farm Folio and on Twitter. Wind of Change is the name of the podcast I referenced. It is like 8 episodes. Had you guys heard? I had never heard that, apparently.
No, but I'm familiar with propaganda.
Yeah, that the CIA, because the Scorpions are from West Germany.
Yeah, they are.
Well, it's Germany now, but it was West Germany then.
The free side of Germany, if you're not familiar with history.
And as the Berlin Wall fell, the CIA...
Great guitarist for the Scorpions?
Dave. No.
Matthias Jobs.
Matthias.
That's a very West German name. The CIA saw a chance to win the Cold War with propaganda. And this is the story, is that they actually wrote the lyrics and convinced the Scorpions to do the song. It's a phenomenal song. If the CIA wrote that.
Not their best ballad, but
it's a great
Still
song.
Loving You's got it.
Yeah.
It was written by some guys in a stakeout.
I know. I mean, the CIA, if they really wrote that song, that was genius. And a lot of people have credited the song with the end of the Cold War without even knowing that there's a chance the CIA wrote it. So that's what this podcast
So
goes
Rocky
into.
Balboa and the Scorpions could be why we don't have the Cold War anymore.
Agent Johnson, we need a rhyme for change. What rhymes with change?
Strange,
yeah, that's one of them.
Do you think it's cold in Gorky Park right now?
Cold in Gorky Park. Gorky Park. Gorky Park.
Do you think a lot of singles meet in Gorky Park?
Yeah, you got to. It's great. One of the great whistle intros.
That's the way it does, right? I love that song.
There's got to be a behind the scenes on somebody that was whistling. It wasn't Klaus Meine, the lead singer, right?
Well,
the Scorpions knowledge.
Did Axl? Yeah, you've got the names. That's crazy. Did Axl Rose actually whistle on Patience?
He was the whistler.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
That might be the best whistling was Patience.
Otis Redding, Dock of the Bay.
Yeah,
it's true.
Hey, what are some other good whistling songs?
Dave's a great point. So the CIA can actually poison you and overthrow a government and also write timeless hits.
They're very versatile, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
5-tool players.
All right. When we come back, we'll jump into our 3 and out today on the NFC and AFC championship game. That is coming up. Plus, we will get later in the show to Justin Hokanson and talk a little bit about Bruce Pearl and the big weekend coming up for Auburn basketball and the rumors around Louisville, or the not rumors around Louisville, however you want to play that. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. If you're looking for a mortgage in Brock's part of the world, out in the West Coast, or right here in the great state of Alabama, Mortgage Right is your place.
Yeah, with another year done and dusted, you'll want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. That's our friends at Mortgage Right. They can help you ring in the new year with cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Got some interesting questions about the Championship Sunday coming up in our 3 and Out in just a second. Also, you'll hear how Bruce Pearl answered the question about Louisville at the top of the hour, and we'll talk about that contract that could keep Bruce in Auburn the rest of his career and the SEC Big 12 Challenge, all that at the top of the hour. But right now, LT's got our medical minute from our folks at the Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, Urology Centers of Alabama currently looking for participants for their active clinical trials. With over 3 decades of experience, the UCA Research Department has been dedicated to developing the treatments of urological conditions into the future. Our research team specializes in a variety of urological fields, which allows them to expertly conduct studies on a spectrum of conditions such as prostate cancer, bladder cancer, and urinary tract infections. These study medications go through rigorous lab testing and are offered through leading national pharmaceutical manufacturers. Patients who participate will have access to new forms of treatment, may receive financial compensation, reimbursements for travel expenses, and are likely to receive free medications. In addition, participants are given a specialized level of care due to the number of UCA doctors and staff monitoring the trial process. Clinical research is key to discovering new medications that can lead to groundbreaking treatments. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with prostate cancer, bladder cancer, or a recent urinary tract infection, contact our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama to learn if you qualify to take part in the current trials. For more information or to sign up for a study, visit urologycentersalabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
All right, as we mentioned with Brock there, Chris Hummer was the first I saw to report it, that Jackson Dart expecting to announce officially today that he'll go to Ole Miss and likely bring tight end Michael Trigg with him, which is huge for Lane Kiffin.
Does he keep the Aston Martin?
That'd be part of my deal.
I think that's the rental for the weekend. But Jackson Dart and Michael Trigg, playmakers there that could make Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss look very different this year. And the student newspaper in Oxford reporting that Jackson Dart actually enrolled in classes today.
Yeah, I saw that last night from our buddy Michael Borky, who produces Richard Carlson's show over there in Oxford. We discussed this yesterday, where a Jackson Dart playing for Lane Kiffin would rank in the Southeastern Conference.
Right.
I think he is, at least based on what I've seen, if he plays to his potential, he's second best quarterback in the league.
Second best.
Yeah. The potential's there, especially with Lane calling plays.
Well, that's a massive game change.
Yeah, but as you bring up all the time, Brown, they've lost in the last 2 years a lot at the receiving position.
That's
I want
right.
to see what those guys look like. We'll get more into the portal and all that, but right now it's time for 3 and Out. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 4 locations for you and your family, locally owned and operated guys. Brown just got the tires just a month ago. If you need to get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, or tires, they can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Mahomes and Allen put up massive numbers last week. If I put the over and under at 749.5 yards combined passing for Burrow and Mahomes, do you go over under that?
Oh, I go over.
I would too.
Yeah, this total's gone from 51 to 54.5. The Kansas City, the back end of that defense, same with Cincinnati right now. It's all going to come down to pass rush. I cannot believe how bad Cincinnati's offensive line can be in pass pro, though.
That's what scares me about this. You said play the under in this game, in the Kansas City Buffalo game. That did not work out for you.
Play it this week. Play the under.
But even with the 9 sacks, look how many passing yards Burrow had. He just keeps chucking it. So they'll go over that. Yep.
He's been sacked 62 times, the most in the NFL this year, though.
Well, one of our reads I go over. The morning rounds said they go over 800 yards. I thought that was way too high. If I say it over 800.
I'd tap the brakes there.
Well, let's check the conditions in Kansas City.
44, partly cloudy, no rain.
I mean, that's not bad.
Very little wind.
I don't think I'd be willing to go 800.
I don't know if I'd go 800, but I'm going over yours.
All right.
Second down.
I didn't know this. The record for 100-yard receiving games in the playoffs in the NFL is 8 with Jerry Rice. Travis Kelce has 7.
That's crazy. As a tight end.
Yeah. Over under 100 yards for Travis Kelce in this game.
I would go over. As good as Tyreek is and how dynamic he is with the speed, their playmaker is Kelce. That is their go-to. You saw it when they needed to get into field goal range. Tyreek did have the deuces play right before that.
He did, but Kelce was wide open right there at the end. I just don't know what the Bills were doing defensively.
Tremendous hands. He's just a mismatch. I would say over for Kelce.
I'll take the under, though. I think Cincinnati's got to be like, we cannot let this guy just.
Well, and that's a big number. I would say right now, and I can pull player props if they're up yet. His receiving yards are probably 75.
Well, I'd take the under.
And that's why, I mean, to me, with all the playoff games Jerry Rice was in, and he's got the record at 8 100-yard games. That seemed like that was a low number for me. But I guess if you're always the number 1 seed or get a bye that weekend back in the day, you didn't play that many playoff games. You won 2 games and then played in the Super Bowl.
Third down.
More likely to happen this weekend. Joe Burrow gets sacked more or Jimmy G? Burrow or Jimmy G more sacks this weekend? Getting sacked, not obviously sacking people.
I mean, it's easy to say Burrow because he's coming off a 9-sack game.
Yeah, and by the way, much like Alabama at the Iron Bowl, the Bengals were sort of saying crowd noise with our tackles.
Couldn't get off.
Couldn't get off. They were half step faster.
That's going to be a problem with Arrowhead.
Louder.
I'll say this: Zach Taylor, a Sean McVay disciple. I didn't think he made the adjustments to. There were no really quick hits. There was nothing right off the line. Everything, it was deeper drops for Joe Burrow, and I didn't understand why they didn't make those adjustments. I think they make the adjustments going into this game. And the pass rush for Kansas City, not what it is for L.A., so I'll say L.A. actually has more sacks.
Probably will too, though. San Francisco has the run game to neutralize the pass rush a little bit. I think I'll say that Jimmy G gets sacked more.
Yeah, seems like it. Yeah. And if I was going to say turnovers, I'd probably go Jimmy G.
But I think it's probably only like 3-2. I don't think there's a ton of sacks.
I think I know how you'll answer, but let's do fourth down.
Fourth down.
More likely to happen in upset: 49ers over Rams or Bengals over Chiefs. If you had to pick one upset, which one happens? You first, Brent.
I mean, I'd pick 49ers. They've got the number, and it's a smaller number, and they've got the Rams number. So I'd go 49ers, most likely to upset.
I know you're going to say the same thing. You don't? You're not going to say 49ers? Because to me, LT, of these teams, Cincinnati has at times looked the worst. But there have been, you can go back to some early games with the Chiefs in the first half of the season that they looked lost and not their same selves. And if that team shows up against the Bengals, that team's hot.
Oh, yeah. They're hot, and they believe they can win the game. It comes down to that offensive line. If they protect Burrow, I think they've got an outstanding shot. Week 15, they were down double digits. They came back and won that game. So Cincinnati believes they can win. I think either one of these dogs can win. I would lean San Francisco just because they've done it 6 consecutive times.
That's 3 now, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated. Get that car winterized. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Are people really worried about Bruce Pearl in Louisville? Justin Hokanson reporting last night, Louisville, some folks from Louisville reached out to some folks from Bruce Pearl, and others say there's some interest there. But meanwhile, there are reports that maybe what it will be virtually a lifelong deal is in the works for Bruce Pearl to keep him at Auburn forever. We'll talk about that next on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
It's Rockstar here to tell you about my weight loss challenge with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. And having a pregnant wife, I too have put on some pounds. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
It's back, Birmingham. The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels. February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips. And from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here, I'll use this button now. Full disclosure, the first, what would you say, the football season, we didn't have what is called a talkback button. This button right here.
Which allows you to talk to the studio.
Yeah, without doing this.
Production room.
Rockstar, your guy, and cut 11, which is what I did during football season.
Yeah, right.
Well, I am a creature of habit.
Yep.
Noticed.
So even with this high technology buttons that are now on our desk here, as we continue to expand and grow, I still forget to hit the button and scream out to Rockstar, hey, Rockstar, your guy, cut 11.
And I laugh at it every time because I'm sitting here thinking all he's got to do is press that button.
Yep, every time.
Every time.
Rockstar's guy, and then cut 11 as he brings us the headlines.
Guys, before I want to do cut 11, let me tell you something. I want to tell you about Adam Mestre, who loves
Cut 11?
Cut 11. He's at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area, Cut 11. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing your homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
You know what I love about Adam Mestre? The first guy to like the tweet from Next Round Live last night when Kendall said, the great Kendall Kaiser, one of our great listeners, says, when Jim said he was down 6 steaks, my immediate response out loud by myself was, damn. Damn. And so I, sent from the Next Round account, House 6 Stakes, ? Life comes at you fast. And then I listed Georgia football versus the field, Alabama no more than one loss, Kirby Smart 5-year window without a national championship, predict 8 NFL playoff teams without missing one, dang Browns, Rams over Bucks, Squadron -2.5 versus Oklahoma City Blue. That's how you go 6 down. First person to like that tweet, Adam Mestre. And I was like, he loves my pain, loves my pain. In your headlines, UAB gave Western Kentucky a little pain last night, 68-65. Jordan Walker with the 3 with 5 seconds left. It holds up. Andy's team wins again. UAB is hot right now. National recognition. ESPN writing stories about how they may be, with Loyola Chicago, the 2 best mid-major teams in college basketball. Big win for UAB. They go play Marshall tomorrow. We've got the SEC Big 12 Challenge tomorrow. That includes Alabama hosting the defending national champs in Baylor at Coleman, 3 o'clock in that one. Auburn gets Oklahoma. I'll be at that game down at Auburn Arena tomorrow for the Sooners and the Tigers. That's at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Most of the big games are on ESPN. Bruce Pearl was asked yesterday on Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max on ESPN Radio about the rumors that Louisville is interested in him to fill the vacancy there. Here's how Bruce Pearl responded to that.
You have been at predominantly football schools that you've turned into major nationally recognized basketball programs, but you've never been at a basketball-first school. How do you feel about your name being tied or linked to an opportunity to coach U of L?
Jay Will, I was at a basketball school. I was at Tennessee.
Yeah, I hear.
And that
you.
was
I hear you. You're right.
Now it was a women's basketball school, but it was a basketball school. Listen, when you win, folks are worried you're gonna leave, and when you're losing, they're packing your bags. So. We're either coming or going. Coaches are leased. Look, Auburn is a fabulous place, and it's been the best place, Jay, that I've ever been where I can develop players.
That's what he said there, Brown.
We always play this game.
Like, I like the answer.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Okay.
I like the answer because he talked about what he's got at Auburn. And I really think he is genuine in his loyalty to Auburn at this point in his career. I really do.
Listen, I think every fan base, when a coach is mentioned for a job, the first time the coaches ask about it, they want that coach to say, there's 0.0% chance I am leaving my school for that job. Now, there's reasons coaches don't do that. And let me just say, coaches have done that. Just see Nick Saban at Miami. And they leave and go to another job. So just because they say it doesn't mean but you want to feel like, okay, good, he's 100% committed to us, right? But there's reasons coaches don't do that. Sometimes it's their contract is up, right? And they know I'm going to help my agent, give him a little leverage here by leaving the door open that I might leave and go to XYZ school. Or they got a good contract, but as is in the case with Bruce Pearl, he's trying to get a facilities upgrade.
That's right.
And everybody thinks that's about the arena. The arena's brand new. It's not about the arena. It's about a basketball facility like you have in football, right? He's trying to get that. So he's smart enough to realize if I can leave this door kicked open, it does give me leverage, not only for my own contract, which I'm sure will get improved, but also to go to the school and say, all right, here's what we want.
Yeah, and they've got a Board of Trustees meeting that's happening next week where Bruce is expected to get that new practice gym improved. He's already recently got $3 million poured into the women's and men's locker room at Auburn Arena that was all of 8 years old. And you think, why do we have to redo the locker room so quick? Well, go ask your football program how many times you redo the locker rooms in football, right? It's always good for recruits when the locker room's new and you've got the latest technology. Auburn poured $3 million into the basketball locker rooms in brand new Auburn Arena a couple of years ago. They're about to give him a practice gym that will be exclusively for men's basketball. Why is that important? Because at Auburn Arena, think about it. You've got men's basketball that's got to practice there.
Yep.
You got women's basketball that's got to practice there. You got volleyball that's got to practice on that court. You got this, and this all happening on that court. When other teams come in, they've got to have their visiting shoot-arounds that go on there. All of a sudden, you don't have time that is convenient for your players to practice on your court, and it becomes frustrating. That's why you have to have
gymnastics.
That practice. Gymnastics has to be out there.
Yep. 4 years ago when UCLA opened up, and there was a link to Bruce Pearl. I said, if he gets offered the job, I think he would take UCLA. Now that this Louisville job has opened up, and now that he's been to a Final Four since then, and now that he's got the best team in college basketball right now, everything's in front of him. And I said this yesterday, he can accomplish something no other, he already has. Again, though, he can accomplish something no other Auburn basketball coach has been able to accomplish. That's a national championship. He knows he's able to go out and get maybe the number 1 overall pick for one and done now with a guy like Jabari Smith.
Right.
So there's really nothing that he can't do at Auburn. He can make whatever money he wants to make. He was making more money this year than Chris Mack was making at Louisville.
Exactly. That's a great point there. And if you go to a place like Louisville, like Chris Mack did from Xavier, you're chasing what Denny Crum and Rick Pitino has done in recent years. And those people are the only people Louisville compares themselves to is Kentucky and Duke and North Carolina and those people. If we're not ahead of the blue bloods of blue bloods, then we are disappointed. At Auburn, this year will be fantastic, and you may win a national championship. Next year, if they're in the Sweet 16, they're going to still pack that arena, and they're going to love Bruce. That's why the contract is I think it's Justin Lee is reporting that they're working on a contract that would keep Bruce there for the rest of his career, which is, would be a great move. That's what you do when you've got the coach that you're in love with.
Oh, I think he's going to be making about $6 million a year.
Exactly. You're going to pay top-tier money.
And
it's worth it if you're Auburn. It's worth it.
Anywhere we've seen Bruce, he's ultra comfortable, but I think he's really comfortable. I think he really buys in and believes in this Auburn family mentality, and I think where he is in his life, I think that's where he wants to be. And I really would be surprised at this point if he took the Louisville job. I really would be. I think he does have a ton of loyalty to this Auburn program. He knows he can accomplish everything he needs to accomplish. He's got more money than he can ever spend. So I would be extremely surprised if he took this job.
I think you have to look at it and say, what can Louisville give him that he doesn't have at Auburn? So you guys tell me, what can Louisville give him that he doesn't have at Auburn?
The Yum Center's about it.
Okay. The Yum Center is a bigger facility, and I guess it's a nicer facility than Auburn Arena.
Yeah.
All right. So, but here's the point. All right. If that's important to Bruce Pearl, Auburn cannot do anything about that. Auburn can't go add 13,000 seats to Auburn Arena. They can't do that. So
I think Bruce is pretty comfortable with what Auburn Arena is.
All right. So then you take that off the board. What else? What else can Louisville give them that Auburn can't?
I mean, I'm sure there are things that Louisville is doing for their basketball program that Auburn's not doing, but Auburn makes football money, and they care about basketball, and they care about Bruce Pearl. So there's nothing Louisville can do that.
Oh, there are a couple things.
They may be doing it already.
Right.
That Louisville's doing it, Auburn's not doing it. But if Bruce goes, hey, I'd like to do this, Auburn can do that for him.
Yeah, if you don't look at the history, Brown, there's nothing there.
And there was another one.
Yeah.
Does Louisville have a better basketball history than Auburn? That's not even a discussion. Auburn can't do anything about that.
Yeah, we don't play the Final Four in the history books.
That's right. So you can't add 13,000 seats to Auburn Arena. So don't worry about that one. You can't improve Auburn's basketball history. So don't worry about that one. What else? Louisville plays in the ACC. Is that important to Bruce Pearl? I don't know.
SEC is a better league now.
Well, it may be, but the ACC historically.
No, it's a fact. That is a fact right now.
Yeah,
but the ACC
this year, but that probably will change.
The ACC has historically been a league where basketball is far more important than the SEC.
Yeah.
Is that important to Bruce Pearl? I have no idea. But if it is, Auburn can't do anything about that. You're not going to the ACC. So you take that one off the table, right? They can't make Auburn Arena the Center. They can't make Auburn's basketball history Louisville's basketball history. They can't move to the ACC. Now, I don't know if any of those things matter to Bruce Pearl, but if they do, if you're Auburn, there's zero you can do about that. That's all I could really think of. I thought about this last night. That's all I could think of. I guess you could make a fourth argument that at Louisville, basketball is always going to be the most important thing. And at Auburn, you can't do that. Football is always going to be more important. Even though basketball is infinitely better than football right now. Football, it's going to be a football school. Is that important to Bruce Pearl? No earthly idea.
Well, I don't know if it is, because Bruce Pearl is by far the most powerful guy on that campus. I mean, Bruce Pearl and Brian Harsin, if you asked any Auburn fan, hey, you got to put one of these guys on a ship and send them to sea forever.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah.
But
I got to go to sea.
How long?
Forever. We'll see. We'll see, Harsin.
Why? I went 8-5.
I mean, you have to go way back. I mean, you have to go back to Pat Dye.
Yeah,
and Auburn coaches probably to have somebody that's
Yeah,
more
I would-
popular
but-
than Bruce.
But Brian Harsin could flip that very quickly, and you guys know that because Gus Malzahn did.
Yeah, but I would go right now 3-1 stakes. Pearl is at Auburn longer than Brian Harsin.
And I wouldn't deny that, but you let Harsin go to one college football playoff, and that, you know as well as I do, that role you just described flips.
I would go a stake that Bruce Pearl never coaches a basketball game for anyone else but Auburn again.
What is Bruce now, 63? I think that helps that, right?
Yeah. I just don't think he's ever going to go anywhere else. He said something, Brown, before you continue, at the end of that soundbite that we didn't get to, that is very important, I think. How close Auburn is to Atlanta. And it's a great recruiting base.
He said hour and a half to Atlanta, Jay Will.
And a half to Atlanta, Jay Will. And that is it's a basketball hotbed of great recruits that now, you got family members who live in Atlanta who can drive an hour and a half and watch you play on a Wednesday night or a Saturday. And we play a game over in Athens. They played. Bruce made sure they went to that big Thanksgiving shootout they had there at Phillips Arena, or whatever they call it now in downtown Atlanta. He understands what Atlanta means to his future there at Auburn as well. And real quick, Casey in the Farm Folio chat room says they already have an extra practice gym next between Auburn Arena and Beard Eaves. They do. This is a second practice gym, I think, for the men only.
Yeah, I think it'd be men's basketball only, and then everybody else fights for the other space, right? Yeah. And that's my point is, I dug and I thought of 4 things that you can't control if you're Auburn, but everything else is within your control. If there's something Bruce Pearl wants that Louisville apparently does and you're not doing, that's in your control. Now, if you're Auburn, you have to make the choice, are we willing to spend that money to do that? Here, this is interesting. A couple years ago, and these are just things we don't think about as fans, okay?
Okay.
A couple years ago, John Calipari was speaking to the Birmingham Tip-Off Club. And the people at Night Edie reached out to me and said, hey, Coach Cal is interested in actually being interviewed. He doesn't just want to do the old boring speech. Would you consider? I said, I'd love to do this. So I go down and I sit with John Calipari. We have lunch and I interview him for the Tip-Off Club. And somebody at our table, I think UCLA had just fired. Who did they fire when they made Murray the interim? Who was the coach there, Lance? They fired and they made Murray Bartow the interim.
I wasn't Steve Lavin.
No, this is very recent. Yeah. It was the guy before Mick Cronin. All right, so it's whoever the coach was. I don't know why I can't remember.
It was the guy from Florida Gulf Coast.
No, he's at USC. So UCLA had just fired their coach. UCLA had just fired their coach. And somebody asked John Calipari, he goes, why can UCLA...
Ben Howland?
No. Anyway, why can UCLA not find a good coach? And Cal says it's simple. Their coaches have to fly commercial to recruit. They don't get used to the school plane. He goes, you can't do it. You cannot do it. I'd never heard a coach talk about that. He's like, in basketball, he goes, you might be able to pull that off in football. He goes, but let me explain to you how it works in basketball. And he goes, the Peach, whatever they call that, the Peach State Shootout. He goes, that's going on. And the very next day, you got to be at such and such. And while that's going on, this is going on. These are all the camps that are going on. They're all going on at the same time. You got to be at all of them if you want to recruit to an elite level. The head coach has to be at all of them. You can't do that flying commercial. He goes, you have to fly private to do that. Now, do you think about that as a fan? I don't. I've never once given that consideration.
I don't, but I always, I grew up in the SEC football world. I always just assume the coaches are flying private.
Wouldn't you have assumed UCLA's basketball coach was?
Absolutely.
And that's what Calipari said. He goes, until they do that, they'll never get primo head coaches. So those are the small things, Jim, that you don't think about in a job. As a fan, we don't see that. I'm sure Bruce Pearl behind the scenes, it's those types of things he wants to get.
Yeah. I never really thought he was going to leave because I really believe he's loyal and was thankful for this opportunity. And then they doubled down when the NCAA thing happened. And they didn't do what Louisville did to Rick Pitino. They stuck with him and said they never even blinked. There never was a debate about should we get rid of Bruce Pearl. No matter what the FBI was saying or what the national media was saying, they never blinked. Bruce Pearl was going to be their guy.
Well, and by the way, that's in the rearview mirror now.
Yep.
Louisville's got a cloud. They've got this haze. You really don't know what's coming down from Louisville.
You could go there and get 2 years of sanctions.
You have no idea.
No clue what's going to happen.
Steve Alford, by the way, how soon we forget was the coach.
Alford. Wow.
Steve Alford. Yeah.
How soon we forget he was actually the coach at UCLA.
All right, so the Big 12 SEC shootout is tomorrow. Some fun games, including Auburn and Oklahoma, where I get the feeling you think Oklahoma's an interesting game for Auburn tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I think Oklahoma's a pretty good team.
If I flip this Auburn with Ed Norman, it would be a different contest.
It would be a different contest. Auburn would still be a slight favorite, but we're talking 2 or 3.
No betting line yet out tomorrow, but this will be what?
Auburn will be about a 5-point favorite.
About a 5-point favorite. 1 o'clock for that one.
Maybe 6.
Bama and Baylor. We'll talk Rockstar's viewing menu and how we think the SEC Big 12 shootout will go. I've got a trend here That is 100% for me on this one.
Wow.
Actually, I'm gonna bump that up to 7.5.
7.5.
Yeah, just based on the fact that we're 4 against Kentucky when Ty was supposed to play and he was 100% healthy, so it'll probably be about 7. But again, Oklahoma's kind of rolling right now.
Yeah,
and they just won in Morgantown,
and they'll be a tournament team.
Oh yeah.
So you got a tournament team coming to Auburn. Got the defending national champs coming to Tuscaloosa. We'll talk about that in a second as we look ahead to the Big 12 SEC Challenge, brought to you by, and our look ahead by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. It's your chance to get those eyes right for 2022.
Yeah, make that phone call today. See if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation to see if LASIK is right for you. If you're sick of wearing the eyeglasses, the contacts, you need to make the call that I made almost 2 decades ago to Michelson Laser Vision. You located at the UAB Highlands. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson. Make the call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
We got word yesterday, right when we left the show, that Dr. Jim Hillier had passed away from UAB. Longtime local football guy, but he's the guy that started the club team and carried them through club play into NCAA play at UAB, a guy that Gene Bartow tabbed with starting the football program at UAB. Just a tremendous guy, loved UAB, and started a great tradition down there. So our thoughts and prayer to Jim Hillier and his family there, and his passing at the age of 86.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself, so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
It's Rockstar here to tell you about my weight loss challenge with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. And having a pregnant wife, I too have put on some pounds. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, still to come in the final hour of the show, Justin Hokanson with a lot more on Bruce Pearl and what Auburn's going to be doing for him over the next couple of days here. NFL Championship Sunday coming up on Sunday, but we got the SEC Big 12 Challenge tomorrow. We'll talk about those and maybe run through the slate real quick and let LT and Brownie make some picks along the way here as we roll forward. But right now, it is time for Rockstar's viewing menu. I have finished Ozark. The guys have finished Ozark. Rockstar?
No, I mean, I may just have to. This weekend, we're going to try to power through it. We don't have any plans this weekend, but the past 3 days, we've not even turned the TV on. So, trying.
We said early next week.
Show.
No, we said early next week.
Early next week for our Ozark podcast. I started watching.
Omar, by the way, is in Mindhunters.
Is he really?
Is he really?
Yeah, he was in the second season.
I think he plays a really good role. I mean, he's very believable in that role.
I tried to watch, critically acclaimed Euphoria because I was looking for something else.
Oh, I think that's out of your demographic, my friend.
I did not.
It's like high school teenagers doing like drugs,
having a lot of sex.
I didn't make it through the first episode. I was like, what in the world? If high school is anything like that?
Yeah. Well, I got a text from a buddy of mine in Atlanta. He said, "Have you watched Euphoria?" He was like, the writing. He was like, it's the inhibitions are just way over the top. And so I asked Leighton, I was like, are you watching Euphoria? And she said, yeah, me and my friends watch. She was like, don't you dare watch. So when I've got my kid telling me not to watch,
yeah, you know it's bad, right?
Not to watch. I don't want to watch anything like that she's watching. I heard it's awful.
I checked out about 25 minutes in the first episode from season 1. I was like, this is high school? Obviously, I guess in California or somewhere.
Look, we're doing different things, but I think it's ratcheted up a couple of levels.
I mean, for me growing up, it was nothing like this, but the high school movie was Porky's, right? The wild things you did in high school was more related to Porky's.
Yeah, Tommy Turner meeting the guys.
Yeah, I mean, just wasn't nothing like this. It was nothing like this.
Yeah, and the sad thing is, I think a lot of it's true to form.
No way.
I think a lot of this is going on.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Well, I mean, we've got a story coming up on trash with fentanyl. I think there's a lot of weed out there that is being laced with fentanyl.
At one point, it was horse tranquilizer or elephant tranquilizer, so that was killing people.
Well, that fentanyl will kill you quick.
Yeah,
that's what killed Michael Jackson, right?
Yeah.
Well, fentanyl and propanol. Yeah. Propanol was it.
See, I thought Michael Jackson got killed by like the gas that puts you the anesthesia.
It puts him to sleep. Puts you to sleep, such a deep sleep. They use it for big surgeries or something like that, and he would use it to go to sleep at night, and he overdosed on it.
Yeah, but it was propanol. They would do it. Yeah, I think in syringes. I don't think it was the mask.
Because the other day when I was
intravenously
when I was getting my tooth done. And I had the gas on. I was sitting there going, Oh, this would be good. I understand what Michael Jackson was doing now. This would be good to go to sleep every night.
Well, I think the problem was Jackson's body. Didn't Michael Jackson's body develop such a tolerance to it that they couldn't give him enough?
Well, if you're doing it every night,
yeah,
like that's how I go to sleep. I can't sleep without that.
And that's why he got the lethal injection, basically, because, I mean, they had to pump him full of it just for it to actually work.
Yeah. All right.
What you watching, Ross?
What you got, Ross?
All right, the Muckler says, I'm an idiot. I was told by a doctor the other day that this is what's going on. I'm just saying what's out there. Any of the weed I've smoked didn't have fentanyl in it, okay?
And I always check.
That's right. I ask first.
I do the old
fentanyl
check.
does it.
No way this guy is going to lie to me.
In theaters tonight, select theaters. Do you guys remember last year with the GameStop thing?
I do. When
What was that?
GameStop Rise of the Players Videos is a documentary featuring the origin story of the GameStop stock market phenomenon, featuring exclusive access to the original players who lit the fuse on the historic amateur investor uprising.
People basically did not like what some of the companies, the holding companies, were doing at GameStop. So they artificially drove up the price to cost those companies money.
People made a lot of money.
They did,
and some people lost
a ton. Yep.
Yeah. And isn't there a chance that Bitcoin's about to do something next week? There's about to be people can side trade off of Bitcoin, some major holding companies that there's some concern that some people can start getting their hands in the Bitcoin, that some of the crypto people don't want them to get their hands in it.
Yeah, the problem is that in comparison to, say, like the stock market, the cryptocurrency market is not very regulated. So it's always a concern for a lot of people that are in that, is the lack of regulation in that market. Now, it's also what allows it to be. It's volatile, but sometimes that's good for you, right?
That's right.
But that lack of regulation allows that too. So it's an assumed risk when you go into it.
Yeah. I've always said this: fortune favors the brave.
Yeah. I've seen that on the commercial.
That's a great commercial.
Two things on Netflix, kind of a bad timing. Home Team premieres tonight. Kevin James plays a disgraced NFL coach who resorts to coaching his son's football team.
He retires soon. I'll go ahead.
Just like
Spoiler alert.
And then Netflix is doing a kind of like a Murders in the Building with Steve Martin and Martin Short. The woman in the house across the street from the girl in the window. It's a parody of many thriller movies with female leads. It's a dark comedy starring Kristen Bell, I have not seen her in forever. But
wow. Kristen, not Christian.
Kristen Bell, not Christian Bale.
I see her in the commercials with her husband, Dax Shepard.
She looks like she's very tiny.
Yeah, she does.
Put her in your pocket.
Is she the one that does the moving truck commercials? Or?
Yeah, she's Sarah Marshall from Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Big trucks are my jam.
Yeah.
That's her line.
Love her. I follow her and Dax on social.
Yeah, and what was
Instagram.
the cult show that she did?
Oh, the investigator. She was a private detective.
Something Mars.
Yeah, Mars Venus.
Veronica Mars.
Veronica Mars.
Yeah.
Mars Venus.
Not Mars Venus.
I know what you were thinking of.
Yeah.
I don't think she did that.
She does look like she's. I'm just going carny here. I would say she's 5 even.
No.
Yep, and I'd say she's 110 pounds.
No, 110. I'd say she's 5'3".
I think she's 5 even 110.
I'm gonna go 5'3", 112.
Rockstar is googling it. Kristen Bell height 5'1" according to Google.
And she's a $110.
How about Dax Shepard is 6'2"? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what threw me off is that Dax. I've seen her and Dax standing next to each other.
His best work, and he's a pretty funny guy, was when the original Punk'd.
Oh yeah, I remember that show.
Because he would play so many different characters. Nobody knew who he was.
Yeah, that's before he got famous.
Yeah, and he was really funny as some of those characters.
But see, they are such a I always bet on love in these
I know you do.
relationships.
Yep, you do.
Like they have this group of friends. They go off to like Baja in California. I just assume it's Baja, but it's somewhere in California that's a desert. Like you can't see a tree. It's nothing but sands. And they will set up their camp, Winnebagos and tents, and they will spend 2 or 3 days out there riding dune buggies and motorcycles and skiing on the sand dunes. And that's just what they do for 3 days. And it's like 8 couples. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of things they do not around the campfire that they don't show me on Instagram.
We just fight about what we're going to do for dinner tonight.
Yeah.
Knitting mittens.
Yeah, I'm just saying it looks like a great group of people that doesn't have to be
in a... Dunaways can tag along. Send them a DM.
It doesn't have to have a 5-star hotel. It's pretty awesome that they're down to earth doing that.
Trip makes a great point in the Farm Folio chat room. Billy Bean gets Brad Pitt to play him. Sean Payton gets Kevin James. And he said, who did Sean Payton upset in Hollywood? I think it's got a little bit more to do with the script.
No, it's Adam Sandler, which is he's going to make a ton of movies because these things will kill. But it's Adam Sandler has a fraternity of guys that I will always be loyal to. I will get you parts like that's why David Spade.
I appreciate that.
I
appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Rock or Rob Schneider was not going to be a good Sean Payton.
So I mean, it's
Rob Schneider maybe
is Spade playing Drew Brees?
No, but they're all. It's always not. Spade's probably not in it, but now he's got a relationship with Jennifer Aniston where she's in a bunch of his movies. Where like the most watched things on Netflix, where he is just so loyal to his core friends. Like if you watch any Adam Sandler movies, like it's always the same 4 or 5 guys.
He brought Drew Barrymore back. I heard an interview on Stern with her, and like she begged and begged and begged for him to involve her in some projects, and then he did for a long time.
It's why I respect Adam Sandler. You may not like his movies,
right? Yeah, the movies are terrible.
I respect Adam Sandler and Tyler Perry because people dog out the movies they make, and you know what they say? This is my lane. I am making a bundle of money in it, and I really don't care what you think.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep doing it.
And there's a group of people that like it, so I'm going to play the hits for them.
And I'm making a ton of money.
And I'm going to take care of my friends.
And you can make fun of me all you want. You know where I'm laughing? All the way to the bank.
Sandler was on Stern a few years ago when he was talking about Uncut Gems, and he said, if I don't win, I'm going to make a deal now. If I don't win or get nominated for an Oscar for Uncut Gems, I'm going to try my hardest to make the worst movies. Continue. You're going to have to keep questions as a joke and stuff like that.
I can't believe people even considered him for Best Actor for Uncut Gems.
I never saw it. Did you see it?
I saw it, yeah. I mean, it was decent, but he played such an annoying character. Oh, my gosh.
LT's neighbor's right. If Kenny Chesney could act, he looks like Sean Payton.
Yeah, he's got a little Payton in him.
He'd need to put on a little weight.
And take that hat off.
And be a little taller.
Put some sleeves on.
Kenny's short.
Yeah. And Smuff says Rob Schneider lives in the house that Adam Sandler built.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
They admit it. They
Yeah.
They
But I
admit
mean, I
it fully.
respect that. They're like, I don't care. Y'all make fun of me all you want. I'm making a ton of money. I'm just going to keep doing this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pretend to be somebody else.
Brooks, you're right. Kristen Bell in NBC show called The Good Place with Ted Danson back in the day. That was good. So I appreciate all the conversation there about what Rockstar's watching. Is that it? Anything else, Rocky?
That is it. I'm going to be watching. There's a new show called Ozark.
That's right. We'll need you to finish that.
I will be marathoning.
And where
that
are
this
you
weekend.
guys watching the championship games?
My
Lance's
house.
Your basement.
Yeah.
I always come over for AFC NFC
That's right.
Championship.
No, you
I
don't.
can't wait for the party.
2018, nobody came
Got my
over.
squares ready.
That's right. And I've got the pizza.
Yeah.
I'm bringing the pizza.
And I've got desserts. I'm
right.
bringing the burnt cookies from that market.
This would be the first time you guys have ever brought anything.
That's right. Oh, wow.
Oh,
The
my
clap back.
God. That is not true.
Clap back. No, it's 100%
That is
true,
not
man.
true.
It
No,
is
I've
true.
brought those burnt cookies before. I may have eaten them all, but I brought those burnt
They
cookies.
were for me.
I remember that one day at the pool, Dunaway came down the driveway with like 8 pizzas from Slice.
That's true.
Yeah, he did do that one time.
I did do that. Yeah,
That's true.
I brought.
And now that you've said this, he will never show up empty-handed again, ever.
Oh, I brought a bottle of tequila when I came over for New Year's Eve. I drank half of it, but I brought a bottle of tequila. Left the other half there for you.
I kind of remember that now.
Kind of remember that now. Yeah,
Foggy.
You know who doesn't remember it? The friend of your sister-in-law who was there.
Oh,
the one that passed out on the couch. She was like,
we got one word out of her, didn't we?
She was like, hey, I'm so-and-so. She gave her name, and then she sat right down. Next thing you know, I looked over her. She's in C. Stu's place. She's like,
Out.
well, she's not going to see the ball drop in 2 hours.
No, not at all.
All right, SEC Big 12
Can
Challenge.
I do our sponsorship real quick?
For which one? New
The
Life?
review menu. Yeah.
Did we not?
I
do
thought
it?
you did that going in.
No.
Oh, okay.
We didn't. We were kind of scattered.
Yeah, were we?
The
We
New
were
Life.
scattered?
Well, I just want to remind the reason we got to get this out there is Daniel A. Moore honoring Bryce Young. This is your last chance to save on this. Alabama's fourth
last
Heisman
chance?
Trophy winner. Well, I mean, you'll be able to get this oils on canvas for a while, but we've got a special deal up until the 31st. This upcoming full-color oil painting will depict the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone against Georgia in the SEC Championship. If you order by the 31st, which is coming up this weekend, you'll receive their special pre-publication discount. Pre-order now. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Smuff, you're right. Tequila will get you anywhere you want to go. That should be on one of our T-shirts. by the
Lance
way.
says it all the time. He's right.
And Tripp says, don't laugh. Sandler's on his way to being a billionaire. Just signed a $250 million deal with Netflix. Already net worth at $400 million. Hiccups. Sorry.
Not laughing at all. I respect it.
All right. SEC Big 12 Challenge. I'll call out the game. You tell me the winner. We'll go in time order. 11 a.m. Only game at the 11 o'clock ESPN2. LSU at TCU.
I'll take LSU.
I'm going to lean TCU.
I got TCU in an upset here, starting my trend here, Brent.
Uh-oh.
Oklahoma, Auburn, 1 o'clock ESPN. Auburn. I'll go with the home team again. There's the trend, Brown.
Oh, I see.
Missouri at Iowa State, 1 p.m. Iowa State for me, too. Another home team. West Virginia at Arkansas, 1 p.m.
Yeah, Arkansas.
Home team again. Kansas State at Ole Miss.
I'll take, I don't know. K-State played Kansas tight the other day, but that's a rivalry game. Well,
I'm going to play K-State.
I think I want to as well.
I'm going to go Ole Miss, the home team there. Let's go Baylor and Alabama.
Baylor.
Alabama for me.
It would be just like Alabama to win this game.
I think they do it. I'll take the tie.
Baylor's banged up, too.
They are. I've tried to predict this Alabama team, and I have swung and missed time and time again. I'm going to take them winning this game.
I think they win this game.
I think they need to, because their next few, they're not.
It was one of the few parts of the show I was not under anesthesia for the other day, and I heard you guys talking about how maybe they win one of the next three.
Lance put 40% on that. Winning one of the next
the three. Yeah. And I think this is the one they got the best chance because it's at home. Kentucky and Auburn coming up. Road game.
No, Kentucky's in Tuscaloosa.
I thought they do both. They do home and home. Yeah. I thought the first one was at Kentucky.
First one was at Tuscaloosa because Wimp reminded us it's where he's being honored.
Okay. All right. Well, got a chance on that one too. Oklahoma State and Florida. Oklahoma State's playing better. I got Florida. Again.
I'll take Florida there.
You have Kentucky and Kansas. Kentucky's one of the best teams in the country.
It comes down to Ty. Is he playing?
But it's at Kansas.
You know what this game features? The two best rebounders in the country. If you love some rebounding, the two best in the nation are in this game. I can't remember the guy at Kansas. Sheboy, obviously, at Kentucky.
You would think somebody from Alabama would be high in the rebounding because they missed so many shots.
I'm taking
They
Kentucky.
don't rebound well, though. Yeah. I think I'll take Kentucky in this one, too, especially if Washington plays.
I've got Kansas in that one. Mississippi State and Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
I got Texas Tech in that one. State's playing good basketball. Losing a lot of close ones.
I'll go Texas Tech.
Again, if that game was in Starkville, I would take Mississippi State. And then Tennessee at Texas. This is my biggest out on the limb, I think, other than Alabama. I'll take Texas.
I'm going to take Texas.
You take
Texas
Texas
way out
too?
on the limb. Texas,
okay,
solid team.
Tennessee's a really good basketball team too. So I got every home team winning.
Well, that's not going to happen
in the SEC Big 12 Challenge.
So I've got 6-4 Big 12. What do you have?
I didn't keep up with mine.
I'm assuming it's 5-5.
What is the trend?
Every home team wins.
No. What's the trend that you're based that on?
Oh, I did my picks.
So there's not an existing trend. You're just saying you're picking all the home teams.
I just did my picks, and when it was over with, it was all the home teams.
You played it up. I thought like
I had an official from Vegas.
Yeah, like historically in this rivalry, home teams.
This was a
75%
fun stake bet we did last year. I had the Big 12. Do you remember
right.
that?
I remember that. Yeah.
And it ended up being 6-4 Big 12.
I get the feeling Lance would like to replicate that stake bet.
What are you this time? See,
I like the Big 12.
I'm 5-5 though, so
so don't worry about it.
We can't do it.
Yeah.
5-5.
I'll bet you stake it doesn't hit 5-5.
Would you?
Listen, just do a stake right now. I just want to do one.
No, he just knows that's a dumb bet, and I'm like, sometimes I'll just say, okay,
all right, I'll do that.
Because it's close to break right here. I'll do it.
Yeah. No, I really did. I thought you had a stat that the home team in Big 12 SEC has been like 75%.
I just did my picks, and I was like, oh, look what happened. All the home teams win. So that was the trend for me.
Nate Oates, by the way, says Juwan Gary, he expects to play against Baylor. Darius Miles will not. They're hoping to have him back by Kentucky.
And that's an injury update brought to you by our friends at Precision, who's on the big board today. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics.
Yes, from pediatrics to geriatrics, those injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. They are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them, precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farm Folio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Okay, we're about to have a little fun this segment with LT. We're going to let him squirm a little bit as we talk about the Rams and 49ers game and hear from some folks coming up. That is part of our Hemp Hill Services look ahead to the championship game, brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team there, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. Call today for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
By the way, Jeff on the Next Round Live Twitter feed says Lance is going to cash in all the steaks that Dunaway owes him for the rehearsal dinner if the roommate ever drags him across the wedding line.
I could see it maybe one day Lance just saying, Dunaway, how about you pay for Leighton's wedding? I'm on the hook for it. I think it's going to even out.
There's a good stake bet. Who gets married first, Leighton or LT?
Ooh. What are the odds?
I don't want Dunaway to eat involved in this.
What are the Vegas odds on that one, Rockstar?
Ooh, I don't know.
Well, when I said watch LT squirm, it was not
I didn't know
this
that's what we were
conversation.
doing.
Let's not forget Leighton is a senior in high school.
That's right.
Yeah.
She's got a while.
Well, that's the only way this becomes a bet.
That's the way it works. Always bets on love.
Yeah. Okay, Sean McVay is the wonder boy that LT loves. And he was asked this question this week. I think it's a fair question, Brown. Is Kyle Shanahan inside your head?
I mean, 6 straight.
Here's McVay.
Knowing Kyle Shanahan so well and with the success that the 49ers have been able to have against you, is Kyle in your head at all, in terms of trying to get past these guys?
No. What I do have is respect for these guys. They've done a great job. You look at it, you got to play well in that 3.5 hour window that we're allotted. You look at the last time that we played them, didn't finish the game, but this is a really good football team. We have a lot of respect for them, but we're competing and preparing to the best of our ability to go out and see if we can advance. But this is a really good team. Kyle's an excellent coach. They got great players, great coaches, good schemes. And so that's why they're in the NFC Championship.
Take a swig.
Straightforward answer. No fun with that one.
Yeah, he didn't blow up, though. I mean, a lot of coaches would have gotten PO'd at that question.
Oh, I thought a lot of people had fun with that.
Oh, yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Not college.
Especially if you're friends.
Not football coaches. Not football coaches. They have no personality.
I've actually never seen him blow up, really.
Who, McVay? Yeah, he is. He does seem like kind of a chill guy.
Pretty level-headed.
To what length would you go to meet him?
I would enjoy meeting him. It's not like something that, if I had a chance to, you can go to dinner with Sean McVay, or you can have really good tickets to this weekend's game.
Oh, you'd take the tickets in a heartbeat.
I think I'd take the tickets, yeah.
Rockstar, if he sucked on helium, would his voice be lower?
Yeah, he's really high pitched.
He does have a little higher voice than you would imagine.
Kind of looks like Marty Smith's younger brother.
I think
a
it's
little bit.
I think it's his energy level too. He's got high energy,
so the motor's always running. Here is Matthew Stafford talking about, hey, it's the third time we've played these guys. Even as the Rams quarterback, he's seen a lot of these 49ers already. There are no secrets this weekend.
No, I think we just got to go out there and play good football. We had our chances last time we played them to win the game, whether it was a 4-minute situation for us on offense, a 2-minute situation on defense, and then we still had a shot in overtime as well. So, it's a really good football team. It's 2 really good football teams going after each other. Seen each other twice this year, going to see each other for a third time. Not a bunch of secrets, just who can step up to the plate and make the plays when we need to make them.
He does look like Jason Isbell. Rockstars
nailed that one. When are y'all coming back to Birmingham, Jason?
Cover me up.
Coaches are set in their ways, but do you coach this game a little differently if you're Sean McVay, if you have the lead? Because you go back to last week against Tampa, and until that final possession, they had run 11 of 13 plays, and they were trying to take the air out of the ball, milk the clock because they had the lead, and then almost burn them. And then you go back to Week 18 against San Francisco. They had the ball with under 2 minutes to go. They ran the ball 3 consecutive times. San Fran burned all their timeouts. They punted to San Fran with 1:07 to go. On 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 7, they decided to run the football to burn that last time out instead of go for that first down. San Fran gets the ball back. They drive 90 yards, tie it up. It goes to overtime. If you're Sean McVay, do you continue to put pedal down now this time?
Because it felt to me, I don't know about you two because of your teams, it felt to me, maybe I'm not saying he didn't trust Stafford against Tampa, but you didn't run your offense against Tampa. When you were up
once you got that lead.
Once you got that lead, you quit running your offense,
That's
and
right.
it almost bit you in the butt.
And that seems like a huge mistake, especially when you've got, maybe the MVP in Cooper Kupp.
Well, I'll tell you, they did until, here's what happened. They were running the offense.
Snap over the head.
Well, Cooper Kupp, the fumble.
Well, that's true, yeah.
Because that was the first down play.
Yeah, and then it shook you a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
I think McVay got shook a little bit, and the Rams, that's again why I would have punted when you guys went for that 4th and 13, because the Rams are completely out of sorts.
Let's don't relive it, Brown.
Sorry, Jim.
Still hurts. Before you play a Rockstar, pump it up. Jimmy G, mean, it's probably just the color on the video we have here.
Yeah, what do you have? A youth small?
He's wearing his kid's jersey.
I mean, it looks like if you take the 49ers off, it looks like he's got a Browns jersey on.
It really does.
With
You're
that
right,
coloring
yeah.
there. But he does not look like an NFL quarterback, does he?
Yes. I'm here to talk about style.
Yeah. No, he looks like he's one of the guys. All right, so tell me, why do you think you were voted off The Bachelor last night?
Either that or, tell you what we're going to do is we're going to take a little off the top, and then I want to even it out on the side.
Oh, a little
We have to
stylist.
do something with your hair. Something is wrong with your hair. We're
That
gonna get it
picture
all
right
fluffy.
there, he's got a little Jason Sehorn in him.
A little bit. Yeah. God, we have torn him up. I hope this is a good cut.
Here, Jimmy G talking about something I can't even read my own writing. What does it say?
let's
What
go.
does he talk about?
I think you always go back and watch the prior games. That's kind of where it starts, and then you kind of just take it from there. The games that they've played recently, you take into account. But there's a lot of football that they've played throughout this whole season, so you don't want to bog yourself down and be too overwhelmed with all the stuff. So I think there is a fine line of, you want to study the tape as well as you can, and I mean we know these guys as well as possible. Playing for a third time now, nothing will really surprise us, I wouldn't say.
Do you guys remember me back in August saying that Jimmy G is going to play with a chip on his shoulder? I think San Fran gets to a Super Bowl. I think he plays really well, but they went out and they drafted Trey Lance.
I do remember you saying that, yes.
What's amazing, though, is Jimmy G now in 5 playoff starts. He's 4-1. His one loss, he had a double-digit lead against Kansas City in the Super Bowl.
Wow.
But the numbers don't make any sense. In those 5 starts, 2 touchdowns and 5 picks. I don't know how they're doing it.
Your girl Mina Kimes got torched.
What happened? What did she say?
So she said, which I think is true, they are winning with him, not because of him.
Yes, that's
when you say that's true.
Yes,
and
that's why people for that.
Well, because our guy Jason Brown, the guy that coached Last Chance U, ripped her up on Twitter, and then the Lebitard show ripped him up. He did a video call. He said, "This broad, this broad, like we're in the 1920s. This broad that they got on the TV, and he's got it playing behind him. It's her and Stephen A. She has no clue what she's talking about. Well, then she doubles down. She's like, I believe what I say, and I think a lot of people believe that. And then Jeff Garcia weighed in. He's like, well, she's never taken a snap. She's never thrown a touchdown pass. She doesn't have a right to that opinion about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, that's bull crap.
I know.
Everybody's got a right to opinion. It's
Of
what makes the
course.
game work.
So she was getting torn up, and I don't really follow Mina Kimes' work that much. I don't know, but she's right about this.
Yeah.
They're winning with him, not because of him. They're winning because of that defense in the run game.
Yeah, and they've got a great play caller.
I don't even think
Kyle
that,
Shanahan.
Yeah, it's not like Mina Kimes is that far out there. I mean, she
Yeah.
didn't call him trash. She just said they're winning with him, not because of him.
Hey, and how about this? If Aaron Rodgers wants to come play for him next year, they'll punt Jimmy G and Trey Lance
In
to
a
the
heartbeat.
curb. They'll send them all off
In a
to get
heartbeat.
Aaron Rodgers
And they're
there.
a Super Bowl favorite with him.
Yeah. Here is Kyle Shanahan, who is one of the great coaches in our game, I think. You just look at what he did with the Falcons and now with this team. Despite Jimmy G, he's got this team 60 minutes away from rolling to the Super Bowl. Here's Kyle Shanahan. Who does he look like?
Kyle Shanahan looks like a ski instructor.
Rich Voss.
Adrian Brody's brother.
Yep, there you go. Adrian Brody. It's the nose.
Yep. That's a good call, LT.
Yep.
Can't beat that one. Here's Kyle Shanahan saying, hey, got to appreciate this moment and go try to get the win.
But when you're going against a team like us going against the Rams, so them versus us, there's not much to soak in. We knew what the tape was going to look like before we turned it on, and they are the exact same way. So when you have something like that, I think it makes for a little bit more fun of a football game because it's truly what it's about. It's just a football game, and everyone's going to go out there and lots on the line. We're going to play as hard as we can. They're going to play as hard as we can, and going to see who makes the most plays and who makes the least mistakes.
The best piece of gear through that whole sound montage there was his toboggan, I think.
It's too big.
I'm not a big toboggan guy.
I don't like the ones that fold up like that. I don't like the flip ups. Too much.
Okay, bounce through all
He
these.
looks like he's still thawing out from Lambeau, though.
He really does. Coach, did you get frostbite? I did. We were at base camp in Lambeau.
Take me back. Obviously, Jimmy G's not going to win the fashion. Take me back to Matt Stafford.
So Stafford, that hat he's wearing, it was last year's hat. I almost put it on this morning.
Did you really?
You
I've
got that hat.
I've got the Dolphins version of that hat.
Do you have the military tribute?
I do,
Rams
but
gear?
it's a different shade of camo.
Yeah, I'm not big on that military tribute Rams gear. That one specifically that
that's
he's
almost
wearing.
the 80s
You're not a Desert
Atari.
Storm guy?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like it's all like it's 32-bit or whatever.
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
computer generated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good gear out there. It's never good Bucks gear, though. Like LT's gotten some really good-looking tribute to the military gear with the Rams. Like you have one sweatshirt or jacket or something that I tried for years to find for the Buccaneers and never, ever had it. Never had it.
Try being a Dolphins fan.
Small market.
Try being a Dolphins fan.
All right, top of the hour here. That's the NFC side of the championship. When we come back, though, college football, Jackson Dart to Ole Miss, what that means for the SEC, and some other SEC conversation when we come back right here. Part of the show being brought to you by Tom Beckby.
Oh, that's where you find good-looking gear, Jimmy Dunaway. They have looked for it for years. Tom Beckby people, Alabama company, stuff that looks functional in the field, looks great in the office, and couldn't find what they like, so they made their own. Started with a jacket in 2015. It's a full line now. You can see it for yourself at the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Okay, guys, here comes Valentine's Day, and you've got to check out Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood. Call Blakely's Bouquets today for your Valentine's order. You'll get $10 off a dozen roses. 205-579-4900. 579-4900. And remember, you don't just send flowers for Valentine's Day or when you're sorry. As Beth Dutton said on Yellowstone, you give them for no reason, buddy. No reason at all. Custom bouquets at Blakely'sBouquets.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week and I've already lost 5 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com and learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Developing story with our buddy Herm Edwards in this NCAA investigation. It's almost to the point where you wonder if he will be the head coach by the time they start the next football season. We'll tell you that coming up in just a second in our headlines. As we start this hour, telling you our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, ding, 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 open for lunch right now. The doors are open, and you can make it by there. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great place for lunch today, dinner tonight, anything over the weekend, including a great to-go package for the NFC-AFC Championship games on Sunday. Always helping out in the community there in Alabaster. It's Sterling and his crew. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Check the menu out online at champyschicken.com. Before we do the rest of the headlines, Brown just talking about the NCAA investigation starting to leak out what they found inside the Arizona State program. And Brownie, they've lost a total of 3 more part of that Herm Edwards coaching staff at Arizona State today.
Offensive coordinator Zach Hill, who, if you remember, was being at least reported in the running for the Auburn job. So in hindsight, maybe Auburn dodged a bullet here. He was part of the NCAA review of recruiting violations and has now resigned from Arizona State, according to sources.
Now, I do think that a lot of this was when the rest of the world was not recruiting during the pandemic. I think some of these guys were out recruiting.
Yeah, I don't really know the entire story, but I do know, a lot of people are talking right now about the NCAA and are they even paying attention? Are they even penalizing people? I think Arizona State's going to be a good measure of that, and it has plagued Coach Herm in his whole time there. Basically, it has been one NCAA. There are a lot of small issues, but those things start to stack up, and it's how you end up with coaches resigning.
Yep.
Man, I mean, when a coach resigns in the offseason due to NCAA stuff, that gets your attention.
All right, let's do our headlines now, brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Family owned and operated. Rodney and Nick Johnston, just off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. Financing available. #1 selling camper brand, Cherokee America, right there at Johnston RV Center, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
UAB. They beat Western Kentucky last night, 68-65. Jordan Walker with a 3 with 5 seconds left. The difference in that contest, Blazers win, as ESPN.com calls them, one of the hottest mid-major teams in college basketball, them and Loyola Chicago. I mean, Andy's team playing to the point that they may also, if they don't win Conference USA tournament, be in the conversation for an at-large bid. Now, they travel to play Marshall next on Saturday. I mentioned the SEC Big 12 Challenge in our last segment. Auburn goes at 1 o'clock tomorrow at home against Oklahoma. Alabama at 3 o'clock at home against the defending national champs of Baylor. Bruce Pearl apparently on the verge of getting a new deal from Auburn, according to reports from the Auburn Opelika News. Also, a trustees meeting next week where they are talking about giving Bruce a lot more of the infrastructure there at Auburn. But according to the Auburn Opelika News, they are proactively, Auburn is, working on a deal that would keep Bruce Pearl, the coach, the rest of his career of the Auburn Tigers. Very interesting there. Mario Cristobal interested in Liam Cohen, the Kentucky offensive coordinator. Cristobal, to date, doesn't have a coordinator.
That's crazy. I saw that yesterday. I think Brandon Marcello pointed that out. He's been on the job a good month now.
Yep.
Mario Cristobal has yet to hire a coordinator.
Yeah, so he's still looking for one and may try to steal a very popular one in the Southeastern Conference this past year. Bill O'Brien up for 3 OC jobs right now, the Alabama offensive coordinator in the NFL. Raiders, Giants, Panthers, all interested in Bill O'Brien. We'll see if he ends up any of those places. Excuse me, not the Raiders. Patriots, Giants in Carolina, only if Josh McDaniel gets the Raiders job.
The Giants one is weird to me, Lance. They don't even have a head coach. How is he up for the offensive coordinator job if they don't have a head coach?
Yeah, you can't name an OC without a head coach.
That was the weird one. Like, I could totally see the Patriots thing playing out.
Yeah, that's if Josh gets the Raiders job. And an interesting read from Adam Kramer, Kegs and Eggs on Twitter. A really good follow if you're a college football fan. He says college football is better with Jim Harbaugh in college football. I do like having Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. You know, he's a fun guy to hate. He's a fun guy to cheer for this year. I mean, very quiet. We have, still 6 openings out there? It does feel like Harbaugh will be back at Michigan now, right?
I agree. I think if Harbaugh was going to take one of these jobs, it would have been a done deal.
All right. Those are the headlines this hour, brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com, JohnsonRVCenter.com. All right. Before we get into who could crash the college football playoff party next year, a story from 24/7 earlier this week, I wanted to ask you about Jackson Dart, and could it possibly set up Ole Miss to do what they couldn't do last year, set them up to possibly overcome the mighty SEC West and make it to Atlanta. It seems like Ole Miss was ready to take a major step back because they were going to take a huge step back to start with at quarterback, and they've lost their defensive coordinator. If I said on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being fantastic, Jackson Dart and to some degree Michael Trigg, the tight end, making the commitment to Ole Miss, 1 to 10, how important is it, Brownie?
I would give it a good solid 7.
Listen,
Lance has watched much more Jackson Dart than me. I was late getting to the Jackson Dart party. I don't think, Lance, I was watching the game that he came in. I think maybe once I saw all the chatter on Twitter, I flipped over if that game. I'm trying to remember.
I do remember the Monday after he came in, and LT was like, USC's found their quarterback.
Well, which surprised me because you said the same thing of Keaton Slovis after he replaced JT Daniels. I was like, I thought Keaton Slovis was a quarterback, but then you're like, no, this Jackson Dart guy's better than Slovis.
Yeah, well, look, Slovis was great, but a lot of that was the receivers around him. Jackson Dart didn't necessarily have the great weapons or the array of weapons that Keaton Slovis had. I just thought Jackson Dart came in with such confidence against Washington State. Played really his best game of the year. Now, turned it over a couple of times, but again, he was kind of gimped up in that game. Happened on the second series. Played really well against BYU. There were ups and downs, but he's a big kid, and he's really athletic. He reminds you of Matt Corral a lot.
A little bit of Matt Corral.
He really does.
And following the same path, really.
We just didn't see enough of him for me to know. I mean, he completed about 62% of his passes. You mentioned he threw some interceptions early. His touchdown interception was 9-5. So, you know, I mean, that's a really small sample size, but it's better than anything. I mean, look, this Altmaier kid might be a nice kid and maybe one day be a really good quarterback. We've seen him in 2 situations, when Corral went out hurt against Auburn and when Corral went out hurt in the bowl game. And both times he didn't fit the part. He didn't look like a guy that could do what Ole Miss did this year.
Truthfully, though, when Mac Jones got called in Baton Rouge that year, but I guess that was 2 years, because the next year that was 2 years ago before Mac was the starter. It was 2 years before that, because the next year when he replaced Tua, he looked the part. But that 1 year where, remember, Tua went down with an injury, got hit?
So he played the whole Arkansas game, right? Yeah, and then he played the Iron Bowl, obviously. I mean, you know, look, he threw 2 bad picks in the Iron Bowl, but I thought if you flush that, he looked really good. Yeah. I don't know about Jackson Dart. Would you – Lance likes Dart, so I don't know if it's going to be hard to answer. Would you have rather had Spencer Rattler or Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart for me.
I would say Jackson Dart. I think we've seen Spencer Rattler at his best.
Yeah.
Which is good, really good.
You'd take Caleb Williams over Jackson Dart.
We haven't seen Jackson Dart at his best. I guess.
Well, I mean, USC's going to it.
I know.
Like.
Yeah, that's what's so surprising about this. And back to a point that you made yesterday, that Caleb Williams is just he's hibernating.
Yeah.
You know,
he's got to enroll today. I saw this earlier. The deadline for him to go through spring, which is not everything, obviously, Lance, he's got to enroll today.
Well, Lincoln Riley's a really smart guy, and you don't lose Jackson Dart, a talent like that, unless you know you've got your quarterback in Caleb Williams.
That's what you
think. I just think this is a gentleman's agreement. It just hadn't come out yet.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
But you would take Caleb Williams in front of him. You would not take Spencer Rattler in front of him.
I would not.
You would not take Max Johnson in front of him.
No.
I'm just going through all the I'm trying to remember all the quarterbacks. JT Daniels?
No.
So this guy,
I think he's the second best quarterback talent-wise in the SEC.
So second best quarterback that was in the portal, only behind Caleb Williams.
Yep.
So Ole Miss,
but you're also saying behind Bryce Young, he could be the second best guy in the SEC.
But I think it's Bryce Young, fall off a cliff, Jackson Dart.
Now
that bad, huh?
Yeah, but Jackson Dart does have a ton of potential.
All right, so that's Jackson Dart to Ole Miss, and a good day to be hotty-toddy, no doubt about it. All right, we'll get into this 24/7, who's going to crash the playoff party here, and just one team, can we just please stop after LT tells us about Gutter Cap?
823-2212. That is the call you need to make. Our good friend Chris Stewart, make 2022 the year that you never get on that dangerous ladder again. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. And right now, for the next round viewers and listeners, 45% off the retail price. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
Sam Marsdale writes for 24/7 Sports, and he pins this story about teams to crash the college football playoff party. And listen, I like the coach, really like the program, got friends who go to school there still. My buddy Cole Ramsey loves the show, listening out in Austin right now. Can we just stop on the Texas crashing the playoff party, though? I mean, we get sucked in.
People don't believe that.
We get sucked into it every year that, oh, no, this is the year of Texas. This is the year of Texas. And I thought last year, we tried to move past that, but we ended up, getting sucked into Texas being a top 15 team or a top 12 team last year. I mean, Texas struggled this year, and they are rolling the dice in the transfer portal trying to, get back to bowl eligibility this year. How can you have Texas crashing the playoff party? Is it all Bijan?
Look, Bijan's going to be great. He was great in spots last year, but let's not forget, this is a team that got completely physically dominated by Arkansas. Then they teased Texas fans because when they got to the Red River shootout, they were sitting at 4-1. They were dominating that first half. And after they lost that game, what did they do? They went on and lost 6 straight.
Yeah.
So I'm not buying into a team where you don't have a proven quarterback. You're going to be starting a true freshman more than likely. A team that lost 6 consecutive games to the likes of Kansas, by the way, that they're going to flip this thing around and they're going to make a run to a college football playoff. Ain't happening.
So if you just look at their conference, first of all, they play Alabama. I mean, let's just start there. They play Alabama.
It would be a major upset. So you almost just pencil in a loss.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have to win that one to get to the playoffs.
No.
Do you think you could get embarrassed in that one and still get there? Let's just assume they win every game they play except for Alabama, and the Alabama game goes about like the Arkansas game went for them last year. They'd be okay, you think?
Yeah, Big 12 champion would be in.
And you'd be able to flush that loss.
I mean, it would take,
as long as it's not like them or Alabama in.
Right, but it would take like a Pac-12 ACC meltdown like last year.
So here are their road games in conference. Which ones worry you? At Texas Tech?
No.
Obviously not. At Oklahoma State?
Yes.
It
I
should.
mean, yeah. I mean, Derek Mason is the defensive coordinator.
They lost to Oklahoma State at home last year.
Yeah, at Kansas State. At Kansas State.
It'll be a tricky game.
Is this right? It hasn't played at Kansas again. They just played at Kansas. I don't know why they'd have to go back.
No, they played Kansas in Austin. I think it was in Austin.
Kansas.
Oh, that's right. I was
road.
thinking of the Oklahoma game. Excuse me. My apologies. Yep, it was in Austin. So at Kansas, that doesn't scare you.
No.
So, I mean, road schedule is not a killer. Yeah. Obviously, they play Oklahoma neutral site every year. That's not a killer road schedule. Oklahoma State's probably the only one you sweat about.
And really, if you're Texas, you think to yourself, is Oklahoma really going to be what they've been the past few years, too? You got to maybe a little blip in the radar right there for them.
I think
Feels
Texas
like a good time.
is going to be better, but, better from 5 and 7. I think
9 and 3.
Yeah, 8 and 4, 9 and 3.
Yeah, they're 9 and 3 better.
Crashing the playoff party, though, from 24/7 in that same league, and why Oklahoma being a little step back, Texas not ready to battle yet, opens the door for Dave Aranda and Baylor, number 1 on his list to crash the party. Baylor was
they were the conference champion.
Yeah, I mean, they were chasing, knocking it down this year. If they'd erased one loss earlier in the year, they had a good chance of being in the playoffs this year.
Baylor's got an interesting out-of-conference schedule. They play at BYU. I mean, that's
to open the season.
That's to open the season. The old Jeff Grimes return game.
By the way, BYU on this list as well to crash the party. Now, it takes a lot for BYU to do it because they're an independent. You got to win a lot of games. You got to win them all, in fact, and hope it falls your way because they don't have the television power of Notre Dame. but BYU also on this list.
Baylor, if they wouldn't have lost that game to TCU, they lost by a possession. They lost by 2 points. Their only other regular season loss was to Oklahoma State, so they avenged that in the Big 12 championship game. If they would have beaten TCU, they would have gotten in over Cincinnati. They would have been in a college football playoff in year 2 for under Aranda, which is crazy.
Yeah, I could see that. They also play at Iowa State in the first month. So they're at BYU, at Iowa State. Those 2 pretty tough road trips for them in the first month of the season.
Crashing the playoff party, do you think Lincoln Riley can put it together in 1 year at USC? Sam does at 24/7 Sports.
Well, I would say this. I go back to the abbreviated 2020 where USC was no good and they were undefeated in the regular season, going 6-0 and then playing for the Pac-12 championship and losing that game eventually to Oregon. Pac-12 is just not going to be a daunting conference this year. So could they possibly go undefeated in the Pac-12? You still got to beat USC, you still got to beat Notre Dame.
Speaking of Notre Dame, they're on this list. What do you think of Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman's first year? Can he put together what Brian Kelly left behind and chase down the playoffs?
Comes down to Drew Pine. How good will he be?
I don't know. How good will he be?
Yeah. The last time we got really good quarterback play from Notre Dame, they were in a college football playoff with Ian Book.
Yeah.
Yep. And then there's one other team on this list from 24/7 Sports that you've been waiting on a long, long time if you're a Tex Ag, and that's Texas A&M. What do they have to do to crash the college football playoff party? Well, first you got to navigate the SEC West.
Yep, which they have yet to do successly.
But I guess there's a path that if you don't win your division.
Oh, by the way, you can't lose multiple games.
Yeah, can't win multiple games, which has been their first hurdle. Yeah. But you got to usually win the West and get to the SEC championship game, or only lose one game to an unbeaten team who gets the SEC championship, and hope you get 2 teams into the 4-team playoff, which has happened a lot for the SEC, but that is threading a needle. Hard to see Texas A&M being that team, but they're there to crash the party.
Look, I think Max Johnson's a good quarterback. He's not elite. The last time we saw him with an elite quarterback was Johnny Manziel. And Manziel had them one of the top 2 or 3 teams in college football. They would have gotten there in 2012. I just don't think they've got elite quarterback playing until they get it. I mean, the only time Jimbo Fisher had a really good team was when he had an elite quarterback in Jameis Winston.
Their pre-bye week is really pretty interesting. If you look at what A&M has, they open with Sam Houston, who they'll beat. Now, although that is a really good team on that level, by the way, Sam Houston.
It really is.
Then they host Appalachian State. That's a game they're going to win, but that is not just a game you roll the helmets out there and beat Appalachian State. That's a quality team. They host Miami. Again, a game you're going to win, but it's a decent out-of-conference game.
They may not have the best quarterback in the game.
Yeah,
so it's not a guarantee. Yeah.
Then they're neutral site Arkansas, a game they lost last year, by the way, and Arkansas's better this year. Then they're at Mississippi State, a game they lost in College Station. Now they go to Starkville, and then they're at Alabama, a game they obviously won, but you got to go to Bryant-Denny Stadium.
You got to think that's a circle date for Will Anderson, that defense for Alabama.
I mean, that pre-bye schedule is a pretty interesting schedule for them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 24/7. It's back in yesterday's morning rounds top reads there. You can always, they're all listed at the bottom there. You can catch up on anything on the weekend that you may have missed throughout the week at nextroundlive.com. Before we go to break here from the Farmfolio chat room, Brown, tell us about Farmfolio, and then we'll jump to some of the comments over there about quarterbacks in the SEC. A couple of Pauls are on fire over there.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash flowing farmland properties. See more at farmfolio.net.
First, Paul Mack says, do you guys think Fox will get the Bama-Texas game? I didn't even think about that. Would love for Gus and Joel to call a Bama game.
That is a great question.
I didn't know. Bama-Texas will be, I assume,
it will be.
I assume prime time. And I thought it'd be primetime ABC.
I don't know how the selections work, though. That's what I don't know, how Fox's Big 12 selection, what the order is.
It's worth a text to Clad if there's a possibility Bama-Texas, with it not being in an SEC stadium, if that's into the mix there. I did not even think about that. That would be fantastic to hear Gus. How would Gus call an Alabama game, Rockstar?
Bryce Young touchdown! 2-yard gain.
Paul also points out that he liked Luke Altmaier in the Sugar Bowl, that he was impressed with him at the Sugar Bowl.
Well, he scored 7 points. Am I right about that? Was it the final?
Different Paul says, best quarterback that was in the portal was Dylan Gabriel, in his opinion.
No, I agree with that, Paul. I think with the upside, Caleb Williams and Jackson Dart will ultimately be better quarterbacks. Right now, Dylan Gabriel is the better
He is a guy I forgot to bring up, though. That's on me. I forgot to bring him up.
Brooks Riley doesn't win the title. It's tough to win there with Pete Carroll only winning one.
Not true. He won two.
He did win two.
And he would have beaten LSU and Nick Saban that year.
2003, 2004. He split that. We count splits here on this show.
Yeah. But you have to.
When was the last time Bama was on Fox? Sugar Bowl versus Utah? I would say yes, back when the Fox had BCS
Was that still
bowls.
a Fox game then?
Yeah.
That would have been it then.
Yeah, and Gus wasn't doing the games then.
I know.
Boy, that'd be a lot of fun. All right, when we come back, we've got trash, and there's a something LT wants to happen on this show. I'm not sure is going to happen. I watched a different one last night. I'll tell you what that is next, and I'll probably do it if Brown and LT does it, but I am hesitating on this. It's next on TNR.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care
Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
It's Rockstar here to tell you about my weight loss challenge with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. And having a pregnant wife, I too have put on some pounds. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, how's everybody doing behind the big glass on their way to wellness? I just heard in the commercial break in the Birmingham market. I used to say that a lot. Just heard in the commercial break, you guys talking about way to wellness. I'm down 5 pounds this week.
Oh, you're down 7 after sitting in this studio today.
Yeah, shivering it off.
I'll tell you how they're doing.
Well, it's just it is a challenge.
I'll tell you how they're doing. I walked in that room and offered, this is no joke, Rockstar is the only one on mic, so he'll back this up. I offered to buy everyone lunch today, and they all said they can't go because of it.
Can't go. Got to resist temptation.
Because of where I offered is not on plan. Yeah. Now, I'm doing the Way to Wellness thing, too, so I know what your question would be, Brian. Well, why are you going to a place that's not on plan? I'm going to be a challenge for Way to Wellness.
Yeah.
I like to eat.
But see, you can eat those places, Rockstar. It's not that hard. Planforme.com. They work it for everybody, whatever you're trying to do. But you guys you're all in on your water bottles and your trips to the bathroom. It's been amazing to watch.
Well, you got to one leads to the other.
I mean, we're gonna have to replace the hardwoods in the hallway there. We're wearing a path going back and forth to the bathrooms now.
You got to dive into one of my guilty pleasures is sweets and having Lunsford's birthday and having that cookie cake.
Oh, boy, that was tough. Yeah.
I did not touch it.
Wow, that's impressive.
That was tough.
I had a little square.
How'd you cut it, though?
I cut it around the icing.
Okay.
Just one icing edge is what I had. Our friend Greg from Pell City will take care of your roof right there. Greg will get up on that roof and do a free inspection, no cost to you, no obligation. All you have to do is call this number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. You know what's coming, right? All the Ides of March and all the wind this spring. You don't want to have a crappy roof going into spring. Find out where your roof sits right now. When's the last time you even had it inspected? Get it for free right now. Free inspection, no cost. 205-542-3531 or go to Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can contact him there. A-plus rated Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. You'll love this guy, Greg Nelson. He's the owner. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Before we do trash, I went and watched Jimmy Kimmel and Shaq do Hot Ones. So now I've seen 3 of them. You've talked about this for
great show.
Months. I've watched 3 of them. You've got to watch
the Gordon Ramsay's the best, though.
Okay, Gordon Ramsay I can find that on YouTube as well. So I've seen 3 of these Hot Ones for people that don't know anything what you're talking about. What is it? Explain to them, and you want us to eventually sometime this summer do this.
And let me say this. I love spicy food, but I can't handle it. Like, you guys have seen me, and it just started like 6-7 years ago. When I eat anything spicy, I sweat. And so I don't like eating spicy food in public. So Sean Evans is the creator behind Hot Ones, and it started out just kind of just a shot in the dark that he would have any success with it. And now he has got A-list celebrities that line up to do this show.
Well, it's not just the Hot Ones challenge. He has great interview questions, and like everybody's on there going like, "That's a great question."
Yeah.
Like it's just like they blows because they do so much research on their guests.
Yeah, and by the way, you're reeling from eating all the hot wings, and you're not going to be. You're gonna be unguarded in your answers.
Well, yeah, and the way we wanted to do this is I was going to get Rockstar to interview the 3 of us when we're doing it. Again, I think. Just based on, I had a sushi roll last night that had fresh jalapeno on it, and the fresh jalapeno was lighting me up.
Oh, really?
And it goes by the Scoville units. And so, and you've seen this, but there's 8 different hot sauces.
Now, does he create all those, or are there different ones each time?
There's
now it's a set. They have their own. They have their own version now.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll order it.
Okay.
And so then we'll have the 8, but it's like the second to last, the bomb is the one that kills everybody. And I've got a really good friend, Heath, who can handle anything hot. And he was over about a month and a half ago, and we've got the bomb. And I'm not about to attempt it, but he tried it on a chip, and it shut him down for about 15 or 20 minutes.
Oh, wow.
He said
it shut Heath down?
Yeah. He said it was really legitimate. So, I think Brown would be able to finish it. I think
You think Brown will go all the way?
Yeah, 3 out of 4 go all the way. It's going to be painful.
Yeah.
But
I can handle spicy. I love spicy.
I think I would sweat so much. I think I'm going to be the biggest liability.
Yeah.
That might kill you.
That's what I'm saying. The biggest liability. I may kill me.
I flinch at Tabasco. There's no way I could do it.
You can't handle Tabasco?
Oh, I'm saying if that's the marker for me as a starting point, you can't even get there.
I'm worried about, I think I might be able to press through. I'm worried about what's going to have to happen afterwards.
Oh, sure. Yes.
Well, tell me how far up is a fresh cut jalapeno? Is that just the first hot sauce?
No, it's
or
probably
is
the second.
About the second one?
Yeah.
Because I threw those on my tacos last night. I like
second.
Okay. All right. I'm scared to death of it.
Yeah, sriracha is about the third, I think.
Oh, I love sriracha.
I'm okay with that. So the bomb.
The bomb is the one that
it's
Shaquille.
It's literally a picture of a nuclear bomb.
Can we play any YouTube stuff or no?
No, not that.
No.
I wish we could just play that Shaquille after he had the bomb.
That face.
That's the one I watched last night, and he was trying to had the napkin up, act like he was going to eat it. Nobody could see it, and he laughed about that. All right.
It's a good show, though. It's a really good show. Sean Evans done a great job with it, and he's made a fortune now.
So at some point, we will try that before we get to football season and SEC Media Days again. So stay with us. We have a lot of fun in the off season, and that includes trash every day, brought to you by Mortgage Right, Rockstar.
Thank you to the Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have 6?
You want 6?
No, stupid. Number 6.
Oh.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt to free up funds, cash out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. There's been multiple stories that have been sent over the last few weeks that I haven't been able to use. The Drake condom story.
Yeah, I wanted to avoid that.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Boy. But then I got one yesterday about a woman became pregnant from a dead man. Very disturbing.
That is a little disturbing.
Came from a morgue, so I left that one out.
Yeah.
So we'll start with a happy one. A hiker in Arizona slipped and fell hundreds of feet to his death Monday after trying to take a photo in the Lost Dutchman State Park.
I worry about people that get close to the edge sometimes.
Richard Jacobson, 21, was found dead around 700 feet below the Flatiron Trail, according to the sheriff's office. A friend who was camping with Jacobson called 911 about 12:45 a.m. to report that Jacobson had gone to the edge of the trail to take a photo and slipped.
Out of the iron into the frying pan.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, Jim. You're right.
Helicopter with the Arizona Department of Public Safety helped find and recover Jacobson's body. The park is about 40 miles from Phoenix. According to this article, more than 250 people worldwide attempting to take selfies from 2011 to 2017 died.
Yeah. It's. I was going to say earlier, and those numbers back it up, that this is an epidemic because we have gotten more and more self-absorbed, and we've got the phone with us all the time.
I remember the selfy stick was such a big thing.
Yeah.
I don't see the selfie stick that much anymore.
I think it's taboo. I think you got to be doing it yourself now.
Yeah, I would imagine it happens with couples too. No, that's perfect right here. Take 2 steps back, 2 steps back.
Back.
Life insurance.
Damn it, she has the keys.
I'll be down there.
Boy, there was a headline that it's gone now, but wasn't a great story anyway. But I was just going to give you guys a headline. You would have liked it. Anyway, drug suspect found with fentanyl in a bag of hypodermic needles told Florida police that he uses syringes for fishing, according to the arrest report. Police responding Saturday afternoon to a 911 call about a suspicious person encountered Eric Bennett, 30 years old. Officers described Bennett as, quote, visibly intoxicated on an unknown substance. Now asked about large bulges in the pockets of his shorts and whether he possessed any weapons, Bennett replied, quote, I have a hypodermic needle that I use for fishing. He then removed a plastic bag with syringes inside from a pocket and placed the works on the hood of a squad car. Bennett also handed over a cigarette pack containing a baggie with fentanyl. Quote, I don't want to go to jail, he said.
Okay.
Now, the resident was arrested on a felony narcotics possession charge, booked into county jail, where he is being held in lieu of a $7,500 bond.
You know, I don't know how he fishes, but
I was going to say, explain to me how you fish.
if you catch the fish to inject him, you've
Calms
already
him
caught
down.
the fish.
That's right, yeah.
We have got a real-life Richie Rich.
I used to love that cartoon when I was a
that
kid.
cartoon.
Oh, did you? I liked the
Hated
cartoon.
that cartoon.
The insane life of a 9-year-old billionaire has been revealed in luxurious Instagram photos. Do you have any of these?
Oh, I'm looking at
Yeah, I
them.
got 3 of
That's
them.
Photoshop.
Oh, hey.
No, that's him.
That's Momfa Jr.
All right.
He looks like he's being recruited by Lane Kiffin.
He is claimed to be the world's youngest billionaire. He owned his first mansion at the age of 6, and he travels the globe by private jet.
I don't like his shoe wear.
Now, that is on a Bentley right there that you see, that his dad bought him. That's his first car, although he can't drive. And another, there's the red Lamborghini that his dad also bought him.
I love the Versace T-shirts.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
wow.
do like those kicks, though.
Yeah.
Better footwear.
The Post says, "Happy birthday to me." Now, Muhammad is the son of multi-millionaire Nigerian internet celebrity Ismaila
You
Mustafa.
look at that photo. He's got all the
He's got a
plastic.
juice box.
He's got a juice box and the plastic dinnerware.
Yeah.
On a private jet.
That does look fantastic. That's a good life right there.
See the salt and pepper?
I want some mac and cheese.
Oh, that is so good.
What do you think he's thinking about?
Not what normal 6-year-olds are thinking about. let me tell you.
Probably not. It's a pretty good lifestyle, though.
That is.
It is, but man, that's gonna be tough. I mean, I guess he'll always have the money.
What do you look forward to, right?
Yeah, I know. And that's not a normal job.
I guess not working.
He ain't looking forward to going to work. You're right.
You think he gets up and goes to kindergarten?
Is he using plastic flatware too?
That's what I'm saying. That's it. It's like
really bad form.
yeah, he does. He's just
He's
stabbing that meat. Kill it.
Minnie Mouse is reclaiming her power in a Stella McCartney power suit.
Yeah.
Now, the longtime Disney sweetheart is trading in her iconic polka dot dress for a pair of pants for the first time this year.
I'm okay with this.
Disneyland Paris announced on Tuesday that Minnie will wear trousers designed by Stella McCartney for the theme park's upcoming 30th anniversary celebration.
Every woman should have a good power suit to go to a business class with.
Those look more like pajamas, though.
They really
Minnie's
do.
got some big, thick-ass feet.
She does. Looks like she's heading to bed, though. Lance is right.
Now, the party will launch in March for Women's History Month, which inspired the new look. The park's Twitter account shared a sneak peek of that outfit that you're seeing right there, which consists of the dark blue and black polka dot pantsuit and a matching bow in her hair. The account wrote, Stella McCartney has designed Minnie Mouse's very first pantsuit, and it's gorgeous. Now, the 50-year-old British designer is the daughter of Beatles legend Paul McCartney.
That was my next question.
Spoke to D23, the official Disney fan club, about the collab and revealed that she's, quote, delighted about the opportunity.
It takes money to make money, Brownie.
Yep.
I think Stella McCartney, pull that back up, Rockstar, did a crappy job. Did they try to draw the castle with the fireworks going on in the background?
Yeah, it's like we got this is due. Hold on, let me draw the real quick.
They did a good job with the fireworks.
Yeah. And I like
That
her.
looks like Dracula's castle.
I kind of like the Stella McCartney logo. I think they did a good job with her logo.
Yeah, I like that A.
Yeah. The A's on the either side.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got two more. I've got Humble Brags and I've got the top 10 action movies of the 80s. I'll go top 10 action movies of the 80s and then we'll finish
with Humble Brags. Yes, let's do that.
Okay, this is according to Ranker.com. Rockstar, number 10 on the list is Commando.
1985 got in trouble for it.
Yes, you did.
Number 9 is, in my opinion, I've only seen 3 of the films, though, the best Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back.
Good film. Good. The one that George Lucas didn't direct.
Number 8, I still haven't shown Little Man. This is also in there with Lethal Weapon. Trying to figure out Lethal Weapon tonight or First Blood from 1982.
I do like First Blood. I remember seeing that in the theater.
Number 7 is
Is
Indiana.
he in the creek and he comes up from the creek in that one?
Don't think he gets in a creek.
Okay.
Creek.
Swamp.
A lot of body bags.
Chunks of a rocket helicopter, though. Number 7 is Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade from 1989. Number 6
We used to always do Indiana Jones on church trips or lock-ins. We'd watch
you
those.
would watch it. Okay.
I thought you'd pull your whip out.
No.
Nobody would want to play with me. Where's that arc?
Number 6 on the list is Lethal Weapon from 1987. Number 5, Indiana Jones, The Raiders of the Lost Ark from 81.
Oh, wow. So they went Temple of Doom in front of that, or it doesn't even show up?
Temple of Doom didn't show up.
Okay, yeah. Raiders of the Lost Ark is the best of them.
Number 4 is Aliens from 86. Very good.
Which was the sequel to.
Yeah, Alien. Number 3 is Predator. We
Good
watched
film.
it again a couple of weeks ago. Really good. Number 2, Die Hard. Good Christmas movie, 1988.
Great Christmas movie.
And number 1 on the list is The Terminator from 1984.
That's a good list.
Yeah. Okay, here are our humble brags. First one. Things that don't make sense for a 20-something to have in their New York City apartment. 3 stories, Carrie Bradshaw-sized closet, 500-foot square patio, wine cooler, built-in kitchen island, and a pot filler water spout.
These are all done in video form, by the way.
It just does not make sense.
And a 62-year-old sugar daddy.
In New York City.
Another humble brag. I will never understand why I get hit on when I wake up at 5 a.m. and roll out looking like a homeless person.
Yeah. It's just so beautiful.
It baffles me.
Yeah.
It never fails.
Another humble brag. Yesterday, I decided I was going to enjoy some tea and reading at Starbucks. I had my headphones on, and one of the workers behind the counter grabbed my attention. Took my headphones off and said, "What?" She said, "I just wanted to say that you were so beautiful." And then 2 more people chimed in and said, "Yeah, you're beautiful," and I have definitely stared.
My gosh, how insecure is that person?
And to have headphones on.
Another humble brag. My kids asked me about my job interviews, and I told them I've never been to a job interview a day in my life. Every job I've ever had, I was recruited.
I don't want them. They want my ass.
Yeah. I've never been recruited, but I've never done a job interview either.
Me either.
I've done a couple.
Have you really?
Yeah.
I've never had a resume.
I have never either. The last resume I did, I had to do for a college project. Yeah, it's the last resume I ever did.
I did interview at Jocks back in 1997.
I
interviewed at Jocks.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm.
Interviewed at a couple of radio stations.
Yeah. It's funny how you see me now.
Probably 10 times.
How you see me now, but like coming into an interview with khakis and a collared shirt.
Yes.
I'm
here for the job.
Yeah.
Our final humble brag. I'm going to get used to the time here in the Pacific, and then I'm going to go to Prague and be jet-lagged again. This is what I get for having to travel back to back.
That's right. That's what you get, man.
I hate humble brags. I'd love to go to lunch with you, Brown, but I got to go home and write my Hall of Fame speech for tonight. Humble brag?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a little bit. It's twice you've used it. Where were we the other day? We're done. We threw that out.
It's not like you're going to Cooperstown.
You and Bonds have something in common.
That's true.
All right. When we come back, more college football. Top of the hour, Justin Hokanson. Can we even call it the Bruce Pearl situation? It's not even rising to that.
It's not a situation. I got a listener asking an interesting question, though, about college football when we come back.
The question, when we come back right here on the Champions Hour of the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And
that was close.
She knows who she is.
she knows her name.
That was close. That light almost came on a little too early there, Rockstar.
Literally lives in Montgomery. Hello, Montgomery.
Yeah.
Back in the day. We used to, in radio days, have to cut promos and stuff for other affiliates. And LT would occasionally mess one up. A commercial in the commercial break or something they'd be recording. And would go on this watching the Rams like cussing tirade. And we were just always afraid that we were not on commercial break at one of the stations like in Montgomery or Huntsville.
That's right. Everything we're doing is going out over the air.
And so flustered. I would always look up at the on-air light to see if it was on. And I would say, hello, Montgomery.
Hello, Montgomery.
Hello, Montgomery.
One day that thing is going to go out there.
All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. And then Brown's going to answer or ask a question and give an answer.
It's an interesting question. Nichols Outfitters, though, in Pelham is home to one of the largest firearm showrooms in the state, the best botanical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and expertise to get you what you need this hunting season off exit 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com. I am going to say up front, I don't have the answer to this question, if it can actually happen. Jim has the answer, Rockstar.
Oh, good. What is the question?
It's like a game show.
The question is from Trip. What are you doing? You're going to write it on the dry erase board? From Trip on Twitter, at Next Round Live. Don't laugh, but could Caleb Williams jump to the USFL? He could command the highest salary in the league. Jim is writing his answer right now. I mean, Lance, would you? I mean, I don't know why you would do it now because you could probably make more staying in college.
Yeah,
I mean, back in the day, maybe.
I think it's too abbreviated of a sample size. I don't think an NFL general manager is going to take that chance.
You're taking a long time to write yes or no.
Are you writing your Hall of Fame speech now? Wait, let's go, man. We've only got an hour and 10 minutes left in showtime. All right, Jim has said yes, no age requirements dictated by the NFLPA. Yeah, but I don't know if the USFL has their own rules. I know they don't have a players association yet, but I don't know if the league has made their own rules.
I give you the answer, and you're going to come back with something you don't know?
Well, I'm going to say, Jim, that I know the NFLPA has no governance over the USFL.
They do not, right?
But I don't know if the USFL has made their own rules.
What is USFL paying?
I have no idea. But again, Caleb Williams at USC, on NIL. If USC wanted to get aggressive
NIL
with this,
and exposure.
yeah, if USC wanted to get aggressive with this, they could easily get him $1 million in LA. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, and I think even the Pac-12 network's going to get bigger numbers than the USFL.
Now, if you go 3 years back and this happens, I could see it. I can maybe see it, but not now. Not with the NIL money in college. You're not gonna forego that to go to the USFL. No. The USFL would have to have a decade under its belt and show that it is a legitimate launching pad to the NFL for you to do that.
And Lincoln Riley's 10 times the coach of any of these coaches in the USFL.
Whoa. Lincoln Riley's 10 times better than Jeff Fisher?
Come on, LT.
Maybe Skip Holtz is right there with him.
Brooks, former intern, back over in the day. I watched Lance drop a couple of F-bombs cutting promos during the breaks on your show at Jocks.
It happens.
It happens.
He's just so passionate, man.
He wants it to be right.
No, I'll tell you, it was before we were doing the show. Remember, Rocky, we were doing all of our lives in break before they would run the next break.
Oh, I remember.
God, that had to be awful.
Oh, my God. So it was like,
I know, were there 30 of them?
Why in the world?
I'd have to do like 4 or 5 during the break, so I never got to go to the bathroom. And
why in the world would you even do that?
Because we were trying to keep them really, really fresh, which they were. But boy, son of a mother.
Editing was fun too.
Boy, I bet it was. My gosh, that had to be.
Some of the decisions. It's a great part about this. Very little stress here today. It's a good question. I would say it's a stupid move on his part, even if you could make more money, because you look back, Herschel Walker leaving early from Georgia to go to the USFL, originally the New Jersey Generals, though it was more money he was going to make as a rookie. I don't think it was the best thing for his career. Marcus Dupree, who left way early to go to the New Orleans Breakers, was a horrible decision for him to leave Oklahoma early. So I don't think, look at who was the Ohio State running back that won the national championship as a freshman, and then he started. Maurice Clarett started challenging to leave school early. Horrible decision. It was a disaster. Well, play by the rules, do your time, and go to the NFL.
And now you're making money, as you said. To the NIL.
Yeah. But even if you take the money away, so let's say NIL isn't in effect right now. I haven't even seen the USFL, much less seen if a guy can. Like, how many guys do you think went from, what was the most recent one we had that the Iron was in?
The XFL and the Alliance were the two that were going on most recently.
How many guys went from the Alliance to the NFL? There were a handful, but it's not many.
There were a couple of third-string quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And
they were third string of the NFL. They were starting in the Alliance.
That's exactly right. Yeah. That's exactly right. And nobody really made an impact.
No. And I know the most
famous cut in the exhibition.
Yeah, season. I think the most famous one was Rod Smart, right? From the old NFL, He Hate Me. Didn't he latch on with the Panthers for a little bit?
And the only reason was because of the He Hate Me.
Yeah. But he played some with the Panthers, didn't he?
Yeah, but that was why he was known.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, this USFL is not being set up like the last USFL. This USFL is being set up it's being owned by the networks and the people who run the USFL. It's not really 8 competing franchises to do what Tripp is saying about Steve Young making $40 million from the LA Express. I don't think each team has an individual ownership group that can, I really want to beat Ryan Brown's team, so I'm going to outbid him for a quarterback. I don't think it's being set up like this.
I think Fox owns them all, don't they?
It's going to be the league is going to they'll have a draft, I assume, or a player assignment somehow.
They called it player assignment. It wasn't even a draft,
So they're going to equally divide up the teams.
Which is smart.
It is for a better product, but it's also going to control the cost. So it's not going to be an open market where you're going to find these teams like in the old days where they're going to go and outbid the Cincinnati Bengals for Joe Cribbs to come play in Birmingham. That's what happened back in the day with the Birmingham Stallions. It was a competing league. That's not going to happen here. You're not going to go and Cliff Stout's not going to decide not to re-sign with the Steelers and come quarterback the Birmingham Stallions because he's going to make more money in Birmingham. That's not going to happen with this.
Yeah. Well, the best thing that could happen to the USFL, the very best thing, is them feed players to the NFL. So that fans in the offseason are like, hey, look, this league, 15 guys went to the NFL and played last year. This is a good league.
You would love this to be what the Birmingham Barons are, AA baseball, to where you can come watch some guys get some reps, and then next fall or in 2 years, you're like, my son got a picture with him at a Protective Stadium.
He was in Birmingham.
Yeah, absolutely.
The chances we'll have a stake bet on some of these USFL
100%.
100%. Yep. I just lost a stake to the Oklahoma City Blue, which I didn't even know existed when I was walking in the arena.
I didn't either. I got to be honest with you.
All right, top of the hour here, Justin Hokanson on the other side. That's the Champy's Hour, brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling can hook you up for the weekend with that good stuff. Southern Fried Chicken, world famous, the tamales, Mississippi Delta recipe. You want it, you ask for it. It is world-class fried chicken. Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Tell them TNR sent you.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. This hour of the Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
UAB with a big basketball win last night. Auburn gets to put that number 1 ranking on the line in the SEC Big 12 Challenge tomorrow at home Auburn Arena against Oklahoma. Alabama in the same challenge gets the defending national champs in Baylor in Tuscaloosa. That's the basketball headlines. In football, Jackson Dart to Ole Miss, taking his tight end with him, it looks like, Michael Trigg. Also a player personnel guy, Austin Thomas from LSU. Was with LSU from 2013 to 17 on 3 Sports is reporting, and then has been around in the league and was just recently with Ed Orgeron, sort of the guy who heads up player personnel, obviously brought some talent in 13 to 17 down there at LSU, is now joining Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss as well. So some big moves there. Waiting to see what Mario Cristobal is going to do with his coordinators at Miami. And how about this? Piers Clarkson, a big quarterback for the 2023 rotation out of St. John Bosco in California, has picked Louisville. Now, he's one of the top quarterbacks in the recruiting cycle 2023, picked Louisville last night.
He's going to go play for Lance Taylor up there on that offense, LT.
You know why?
Your guy. Because of Lance Taylor?
Well, he's going there because of name, image, and likeness, Brown. His dad, Steve, is a big quarterback coach guru. All of his camps are sponsored by Adidas. Adidas
got to
is
go to an
biggest,
Adidas school.
Well,
biggest client, Louisville.
His dad worked with Roethlisberger, Leinart, some other guys up there. I find it interesting that his family said they bought 10 or 13 billboards. You know, talking about Dear Louisville, I'm home. They said it was a commitment. It was like a marriage. Are we really to believe that his parents paid for these billboards?
No.
It's a 3-stripe life, my friend. A 3-stripe life.
But, by the way, this has been happening in college basketball for a really long time before anybody gets upset about this.
Especially with Louisville.
That's true. That's true. All right, Justin Hokanson is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, on 3 Sports, AuburnLive.com, @_Jay Hokanson on Twitter. Hoke, what is up, man? How are you?
Good, guys. Doing well.
Good. You know, there's a lot to talk about with Auburn basketball. One of those things, Louisville was just mentioned. That job is open, and Bruce Pearl's name has been attached to it. We ran through all the things. It's weird, you know, in basketball, there's very little that Bruce Pearl could even do at Auburn, do at Louisville that he can't do at Auburn. I mean, that's what's crazy about what he's done at Auburn. He's accomplished everything that you could accomplish anywhere just about.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree. I think he's got a good situation at Auburn, and I don't think he was looking for or was looking for any reason to leave Auburn. But obviously, when a school like Louisville that has that tradition and has some of the facilities and some of those things in place that Auburn doesn't, and they make kind of some back channel interest in you, you know, you'd be crazy to not say okay, you know, and at least go back to Auburn and go, all right, now like, I've asked for some things and they haven't happened yet. Now's the time.
Well, if he is offered and he turns it down, the good news is, I guess that means he's in Auburn for life. I mean, what's another job that you would take outside of Louisville?
Yeah, you would. I mean, this is the moment for Auburn, for Auburn basketball, to step up to the plate and to become not just a flash in the pan. I think people and Auburn fans are probably still just kind of surreal, like in the moment of what Auburn's doing now, and still kind of can't believe it. But there's a real opportunity for Auburn to keep Bruce Pearl, let him retire there, to build the facilities and to create, with NIL coming through, create a foundation for the new age of how you're going to recruit and how you're going to build for Auburn basketball to be good for a while. This is kind of the moment. And so I think for Auburn, it's the time to step up and take advantage of that moment, and don't just stop. Don't stop with just landing Bruce. Build the facilities and do those things and get people in place for NIL and build it for the future. But yeah, assuming everything gets going now, this will be his last stop.
Justin's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. For those of us that aren't there, like you are all the time, We see Bruce Pearl, Auburn go to the Final Four. We see Auburn Arena packed all the time. It's a beautiful new facility that now I guess is almost a decade, or a little over a decade old, but it still seems very new. But you sort of hinted in your tweet last night that now's the time for Auburn to step up. What does Bruce not have that Auburn has been slow to give him? Because from the outside, say from an Alabama fan perspective who watches Coleman Coliseum and everything else over there, you're like, man, it seems like Bruce gets anything he wants. Is that not the case?
Not completely. I think number one on his list that Auburn has stepped up in the last really in the last week that's become public is the men's only basketball facility. That has been atop his list for years, for at least 3 years. What they have now is a practice gym and a fairly small weight room. It looks nice. You might look at it and say it's new and nice. There's a lot that's lacking there. And they share that space with a lot of other teams, women's basketball, gymnastics, volleyball. So that's been atop his list. Hey, we need a men's only facility for player development, for recruiting. That's where they're going to spend a large amount of their time. I want, Jabari and his dad should be able to come in at whatever time and go shoot basketballs with our trainers and that type of stuff. So that's the one big thing that Auburn hasn't had that he's been asking for that is finally going to happen. And that's a big deal. I mean, look, Auburn's lost some recruits. One specific example is Jarris Walker, who went to Houston. Houston's got great facilities, men's only facilities. And so there are still some things that Auburn is lacking in. Now, imagine how Auburn's recruited and what they've done if they can match the facilities of a Houston or a Louisville or another school with those kind of, hey, this is your space and nobody else's. So that's probably the biggest one that he's wanted and he knows will make a big difference.
Justin Hokanson is on Twitter @_J Hokanson, AuburnLive.com, part of On3 Sports. I think probably surprised a lot of people. Lance brought this up earlier that was it Bruce Pearl was making more than Chris Mack or making the same as Chris Mack? Yeah, making more than Chris Mack. So, if you just looked at Louisville, this wouldn't be about salary. But even without Louisville, Bruce Pearl's going to get raises. Hoke, where could you see this topping out at Auburn? I mean, where could you see if they did structure a deal that this is a lifetime deal for Bruce Pearl? What annual salary could you see this topping out?
I think I have an idea of maybe where it would start now, where it would go. I'm not sure. You guys might have a better understanding of where those things might go. I think they need to get him to 6 at probably a minimum.
So more than Brian Harsin.
Yeah.
He's a better coach. I mean, he's accomplished more. Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Hoke. I'm just stating a fact here in SEC football country that you're going to pay the basketball coach more than you are the football coach.
Right. And I think it's just, that's just where things sort of stand right now. And Bruce, I think the value that he brings to the university as a whole, the way he markets is a big deal too, man. I talk to people in the university, talk about when they went to the Final Four, traffic on the website and applications skyrocket. So when he gets on there and says stuff like we're an everything school and he puts it out there, I mean, that affects the entire university in a big way, man. So his value is almost in some ways hard to quantify. But yeah, I think you start him at 6. You make sure all his assistants get big raises. He talks about how big that is, that these guys have stayed together. And that's important to him. And then you go from there, you build in whatever it is, $100,000 a year, whatever it is so by the time he retires 5, 6, 7 years from now, I don't know what that number might be his last year in coaching, but I think you got to get him to 6. And you don't, like, hypothetically, if Louisville came in and said, we're going to pay you 7, Auburn doesn't have to match that. He's not looking to leave Auburn. He just needs these things met. So it's not like Auburn has to pay him and it's some insane amount to match. That's not what's happening. But they do need to get him, a lot closer to what he deserves. And I think 6 is a good starting number.
Taking a look at this team, the number 1 team right now in college basketball, Jabari Smith might be the number 1 overall selection in the NBA draft. Walker Kessler is one of the best bigs. But KD Johnson, just the energy he brings. I mean, this kid makes everybody around him better. If you're not an Auburn fan, you probably don't like him, but he is so important to this team.
Oh, he's critical. I kind of made the comment on Twitter a week ago. I'm like, in terms of just an infectious personality and what he does to an environment, it's Cam-like. I mean, his attitude and his personality just raises the level of play a lot of times. He's super important. And Jabari too. I mean, KD's a different animal altogether, but Jabari too, they have that competitiveness that fire. And Wendell does too. They're just kind of different levels maybe of what you might see, but there's a competitive fire with some of these guys, KD Jabari in particular, that allows them to get down by 10 and win, get down by 15 and come back and win. They can flip a switch, some of those guys. And so, what KD's brought, I agree with a lot of what people have written, that it's hard to draw up a better basketball player for Bruce Pearl. It's KD Johnson. I mean, it's just, he's a bulldog. It's not always pretty, which is a lot of Bruce Pearl basketball sometimes. But yeah, his personality, what he brings to the court, is absolutely infectious and is one of the critical parts of this team's success. Absolutely.
And this is it's totally hypothetical, but Stephen Pearl gets a lot of praise, recruiting from his dad a lot, and coaching as well, and player development. How far away are we to seeing Stephen leave and go coach somewhere else to be a head coach? Or do you think there's a scenario down the line that Stephen could stay with Bruce until the end and transition to another Pearl? Do you think at some point Stephen leaves to be a head coach, or does he stay by his dad's side and one day inherit the program?
If I were betting now, I would bet that he takes over the Auburn program.
Wow, that's not the answer I thought you'd give me.
Yeah, I mean, things can change. But I think right now, I think that would be a good goal and a good plan for what Bruce would like. And I think Stephen probably would like that as well right now. He is a really, really good X's and O's coach. Now, he's very different from his dad in a lot of ways, but they're similar too. But he's a very good at X. He's from what I understand, he's one of Bruce's best X's and O's assistants, just period. Forget that he's son. He does a good job. But yeah, as of right now, I think those two, I think they would love for Bruce to go 5, 6, 7 years and then pass the torch to Stephen and let him run with the program.
Well, I actually said, though, when it first broke that his name was on the list, I said if he left for Louisville, if I was Auburn, I would not blink an eye. I would say, Stephen, here you go. It's your program. That's what I would have done. Yep, absolutely.
That's and I mean, like a perfect scenario to me would be let Bruce retire. If Stephen is still in the mindset of he wants to be a coach, if everything's where you want it to be, keep Bruce, make Bruce an ambassador to the university, making him ambassador to the college basketball program, whatever. And he's still around, and he's still talking up Auburn, and he's still talking up basketball, and he's still a presence. And then you transition it to Stephen. I think there's a lot of good ways to do that to keep the momentum going.
All right, he is Justin Hokanson. Follow him on Twitter @_J Hokanson. Read him at auburnlive.com. Great place to go with On3 Sports. Hoke, we appreciate the time. Always good.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Justin with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And I get that sentiment. And, I remember Skip Holtz, I think, had a promise to replace Lou, and that went south. Yeah. If I remember all that right, at South Carolina.
Because you had a chance to... Because it went south for Lou.
It did, but that was going to be that. I was going to make a point with that.
It gets dangerous. Bill Snyder's kid. Bill Snyder wanted him to replace him at K-State.
Well, and Ron Prince was a disaster, so you didn't get it right there. Yeah. But my point was going to be.
I was talking about the second time around, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's true. My bad. You did get it right. You went Chris Kleiman instead, right? Yeah. That's a good hire. And my point was going to be you had promised the job to Skip Holtz. It didn't work out. Look who you got. You got Steve Spurrier.
There was somebody in between, though, wasn't there? It didn't go Lou to Steve.
I thought it did. Did it not?
I think it did.
You think it did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There might have been an interim. I'll look it up. I think it went Lou to Steve. I just think you got to be careful. I mean, you want to appreciate what Bruce Pearl has done.
Where was Brad Scott?
Brad Scott was before Lou Holtz.
Before Lou Holtz? Okay.
Yeah. I went Holtz to Spurrier. Yeah. Holtz finished 04, Spurrier started in 05.
Yeah, you don't want to turn down one of the greatest coaches of all time, obviously. But there was in basketball here in Birmingham, Gene Bartow to Murray Bartow.
And I love Murray. Murray's a friend, but
he had some good years.
He had some good years, but
not the same as his dad, who was a legend.
Yeah, you wonder what would have happened if you'd have put that job on the open market. You were replacing Gene Bartow. He had it in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I don't know how many kids have done a better job than their dad. Tony Bennett, won a national championship at Virginia, but when you look at Dick Bennett's overall record, I mean, you can make the argument Dick Bennett maybe, especially with the way Tony's struggling right now at Virginia. I mean, how many times do you see the kid actually?
Very rarely. And my point is,
happens more in basketball.
Even Kyle Shanahan, who has a great chance of winning a Super Bowl this year, and he's been to one. His father won multiple Super Bowls.
Yeah, happens more in basketball. Myers to Myers at DePaul, back when DePaul was really good.
But Al was so much better than Joey.
Thompson.
Or Frank.
Thompson to Thompson at Georgetown,
you had Craig Esherick in between.
Okay.
There might have been 2 coaches in between, but those are the only 2 successful ones they've had are the 2 Thompsons.
Right.
But you did not go back to back. You ended up having to fire the junior Thompson. So, it ultimately did not end up going great.
Little Patino has done an average job at Minnesota.
At best.
Yep.
So, my point is, when Bruce Pearl, if he left to go to Louisville today or if he coaches 5 years and retires, Auburn basketball will have never been in a better situation to hire a coach than they will be right there.
That's right.
They never will have been. Like when Nick Saban retires at Alabama, Alabama in a lot of ways will never have been in a better situation to hire a head football coach than they are at that point. So you don't want to just, while you want to thank a guy for what he did, you would also, even with Stephen, you would want to look and say, what can I get on the open market? And maybe Stephen Pearl's a better option than that.
Yeah. To me, it's about recruiting. And like if Nate Oates for some reason left Tuscaloosa, Brian Hodgson and Antoine Petway are doing the bulk of the recruiting right now. You'd say that's pretty good. So
yeah.
I'd want the Hodgson kid to get a look.
I would want him to get a look, but I also want the job to go on the open market. I got to see what I could get. Like if South Carolina had followed through with that program, they never have Steve Spurrier as their coach. Yeah. And maybe Skip Holtz, I don't think he would have. Maybe he would have succeeded the way Spurrier did. You never know.
Yeah, but he or Petway get a look. I'd want Stephen to get a look.
Yeah, get a look, but I'm not guaranteeing him the job. As much as I love, if I'm Auburn, what Bruce Pearl has done for me, I don't know that I guarantee him the job. And it may already be in the works. I have no earthly idea. But I'm just saying you will never have been in a better hiring situation at Auburn than you will be when Bruce Pearl leaves. Take advantage of that.
Our friends at Bromberg's bringing the conversation there with Justin Hokanson with you as we talked about the future of Bruce Pearl and what's on the horizon for them. On the horizon for you may be an engagement. Maybe it's a big anniversary coming up. Either way, Bromberg's a perfect place for you.
Right now, they're making arrangements for beautiful Valentine's Day. You can receive a fresh bouquet of fresh flowers with your VA tree hibiscus glass vase purchase. Our gorgeous VA tree vases, mouth blown in Italy, available in a rainbow of beautiful colors, 3 different sizes. Prices begin at $59. Plus, their master engraver, Harold Herglotz Jr., will add a romantic hand-engraved Italian sentiment for only $10 more. Quantities are limited. Call or stop by for pre-order. This is February 11th to 12th and the 14th at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. For more information, you can always go online, go to brombergs.com.
Auburn women upset number 4 Tennessee last night. We talked about that in the first segment of the show. Jarrett Hass's Stanford team beat number 15 USC last night. That team's trending to the tournament. Jared's getting them back in the tournament.
He's still got work to do, but USC's lost 3 games all year. 2 of them have been Stanford. That is an odd one there.
Yeah, but those teams from Palo Alto, when they go to Los Angeles, man, they just own the LA teams this year.
Uh-oh, Lance, that is, Lance.
That's a trend.
Lance, do you see that trend?
Bay Area versus LA. Uh-oh. State of the North.
It was a sweep, too.
Yeah,
49ers going for a sweep, Lance.
That's got to be a trend for the 49ers
and our Angle
Rams for the weekend. More on that and what Bruce says about the Big 12 SEC Challenge coming up right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
New year, new you. Get past those old aches and pains. Let Stretch Zone help you work towards your goals easier. Come see us for a free stretch, then give us 12 weeks while you stretch towards your goals in 2022. To learn more, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Several Cowan Equipment poll questions have been out over the last 30 hours or so. Brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment. We'll run through those as we get ready. LT right here, boom. It's happy hour on a Friday on the show. Thanks to our friends at Bud Light.
We are like 50 hours away from Cincinnati and KC.
Yeah.
Woo! We're only 50 hours away from Cincy and KC.
Can't wait to get to Lance's house.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit Cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information. If the Rams do lose, do you guys want to, of course it would just be us, have a Super Bowl party up here?
Yeah, just the staff?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we could do it at your house if the Rams win?
If the Rams lose, which is not going to happen, but if it did.
Because, Brown, we could have on Green Room TV, Front TV, we could have all these TVs synced up.
His face.
And I say
I'm just trying to find the most comfortable place to sit. I want to be comfortable.
And we just turn on all the cameras and we just sit here and watch it.
No, but we could actually flip. believe it or not, we could flip the Lego chair around, and we could actually.
Brown said he wanted to be comfortable.
Yeah, we can't move this though. This thing is bolted into the floor.
But the womb chair could go over here. So I'm just saying there could be a few people that could sit in here.
Yeah.
I think the lobby's really comfortable, and I think the green room's really good. There's only like 8 of us up here.
No, but we'd want to sit in here so the people could see us.
So we want to film it.
Yeah, we'd roll this out.
I don't want to sit right here and watch it.
God, you're so selfish. It's not for us. It's for them.
Yeah, that's exactly, Brown. We're watching the Super Bowl for them.
You just said in the commercial break that selfish, self-absorbed people never change.
Well, I just want to be comfortable for the Super Bowl, Jim. I mean, I sit here 4 hours a day. I mean, we're not digging ditches or busting rocks or building roads. This is not a hard job. It's a fairly easy job, in fact.
It's tremendously easy for some.
But this is not, if I said, hey, Brown, where are you the most comfortable? It's not sitting in this chair for 4 hours.
Yeah, but how good is this chair?
It's fantastic.
We paid top dollar
for these chairs. But it's not the most comfortable chair.
No,
I
got dibs on the womb chair. I'm just saying there's other places we can
right,
sit.
See? Well, Jim wants
I'll do double shotgun with Lance.
Jim wants to sit at this desk like we're working all day.
You wanted to sit at the desk.
That's
so
what he wants.
That. Yeah, just so we can have the cameras.
Yeah, LT does not want to do that either.
I don't really care about being on the camera.
Yeah, see?
I'm just saying we could.
I mean, we could set up, another way of doing it if we want to do that, but just do it in another room.
Oh, okay. As long as we're serving the customer, I'm for that.
Like we could have a camera on the lobby, we could have a camera in here, and a camera in the green room.
Do you know and a Ladybird camera?
Why do we need that?
You always need a Ladybird camera.
Up here?
Yeah. If the Rams lose, is there a chance that she's being punished and it's in the kennel all week?
No.
Like it'll be sad Ladybird in the kennel?
There is no kennel in the house, don't worry.
Okay.
The kennel is the house.
I like the fact that we'd have free beer on tap watching
Why
the Super
don't you
Bowl.
do a halftime show? I can't miss Snoop Dogg. Damn it.
Yeah. I don't want to miss. That's 90s rap. That's,
I can't
we
miss
like
it.
90s rap.
I've almost got the. How many songs do you think they do at halftime?
5, I think.
Well, they mesh. They do.
Yeah, the last one's a mash.
They do like a verse and a chorus.
I will think if I'm producing this, I bet I can give you guys from start to finish every song.
In order?
Do that next week.
Yeah. Interesting.
Do that next week.
I've already got it in my head the way they should do it.
Okay, I'll do a list too, Brown. You can if you want to as well.
You're
and
invited
I'll see how close.
yourself.
Oh, I'll do research. I mean, I'm not going to do it off the top of my head because the only Snoop Dogg song I know is
but if
Gin and Juice.
If you're doing research, you're not going to be able to do it because it's got to be able to flow.
Yeah. You got to be a true fan.
Yeah, you don't start with murder was the case they gave me.
Yeah. It'd be awesome if they did.
I think I may get closer than you with my research.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No,
well, let's just try it. You want to go steak?
We may go steak.
We're going to score that.
Yeah, well, we'll just go in order the songs are played by the artist, and we'll do it.
Yeah.
You get 1 point if you get it right.
Will Alabama make the NCAA tournament?
Wait,
53%. He's done it.
Have you already said
53% say yes, 47% say no. Where would you vote? You were out, Dunaway. 53% say yes, 47% say no.
What's the question again? I was worried about
Will Alabama make the NCAA tournament?
Yes, 100%.
They,
I mean, it's 100% they will be in the tournament. 100% they're going to be in the NCAA tournament. It may not be a great seed, but they're going to be in the tournament.
I'll go stake they don't win 20 games this year, regular season.
I'm not doing any of that stuff. They'll be in the tournament.
You just 100%ed them in the tournament.
They're
Scott,
be in the
I
tournament.
hope we mark this video.
They're going to be in the tournament. I said weeks ago they were going to be in the
Wills
NCAA
are about
tournament.
to come off this team.
They're
already off, actually.
See, this is what happens every year. It's extreme panic about this team. They're going to win Saturday against the defending national champs. It'll be another top 15 win. They'll have 5 top 10 wins. No team in America has that.
Okay, do you want to stake on that?
We'll come in Monday, and everyone will be like, oh, Alabama, blah, 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 they won. I don't know. We were sucking on helium before we got here.
That's a good Mickey Mouse. I'll give you 2 points.
God, LT is itching for a steak, Dunaway. We just say yes.
How about this? About this?
What?
I'll take Alabama even money line. We call it in Vegas.
Okay.
I'm about to go to Vegas, by the way. Money line. I'll take Alabama. You take Baylor. I'm down. What am I down? 5 stakes right now. You go 5-1. 5-1. I'll take Alabama if they win. We're even. If Baylor wins, that's another stake I'm down. No points, nothing.
5-1. 5-1.
The number's only going to be like 3 or 3.5.
Okay, three stakes.
No.
Oh, Mister, I've got all the stakes.
No,
but I'm
you're
not
the one
willing
that
to
said
risk
Bama
it.
was going to win for sure.
That's true.
Well, I think they are. I think they're going to win.
Do you believe the CIA wrote the Scorpions hit Wind of Change?
I do not believe
No
that
chance.
story.
84% say no, 16% say yes.
Now, do I think the CIA kidnapped somebody, held a gun to their head, and told them to write it?
Yeah.
Write us a song.
Yeah, they might have Dolly Parton,
That's right.
gagged and bound somewhere in a trunk in
But
Dollywood.
hey, no joke though. If you went because Dolly is a good songwriter, right?
Oh, she's fantastic.
So if you went to Dolly, or give me another good songwriter, Rockstar.
Well, like right now, you would go to Taylor Swift.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan. If you went to Bob Dylan and said, "Listen, here's our idea. All right, I'm the CIA. Here's our idea.
I'm the CIA.
We think
I speak for all CIA.
We think we got a chance to end the Cold War if we can write a propaganda song and get the Scorpions in West Germany to record it. But you're the best songwriter ever.
You know what Bob Dylan did?
What?
He went to one of 7 notebooks that he had in a drawer somewhere.
I'm not
pulled
recording
out and
this.
said, "Take any of these. I'm never recording these. They're all about winds of change from the 60s.
You think
Pick any one you want."
Yeah, Bob Dylan said, "Here, I'm not recording this one. It's got a bunch of whistling on the front. I don't like to whistle."
Hey, say everything this ain't. I don't know if I can do it.
Do Bob Dylan doing Winds of Change? Is that what?
When I'm done, the swan down to Donkey Park.
So y'all don't believe that the CIA wrote Wind of Change?
No, but do I think they hired somebody to write a song?
I mean,
Yes,
I think
yes.
you're playing semantics there. The
Yes.
CIA. You think the CIA was behind it?
Yes.
Okay, that's an interesting story. If so, there's a podcast out about that.
And when is the last time Scorpions toured, by the way?
Ooh, I don't know. Are they still together?
Are they even alive?
Yeah, I think they're alive.
One way you end a cover up is get rid of the people that help cover up.
That's right. Well, I don't know. That's a huge cover up. I mean, it's actually a really cool story. I don't know why anybody would run from
Hey,
this.
as you pull that, I've got to bring this up. Garoppolo, in 4 postseason wins. You know how many passing touchdowns in the 4 postseason wins?
He's got 1.
1.
Yeah, that's what Mina Kimes was saying.
I know.
How is
Mina
that
was
possible?
right.
Mina Kimes is smart.
Mina Kimes was right. I can't
How
believe
will
people.
the
I don't care
real
what
Jimmy G show up Sunday?
You know, really, Jimmy G's thrown 1 more postseason touchdown pass than Mina Kimes.
Hey, if all my that's a good point. Mina should have come back with that.
Take that, Jason Brown.
Hey, if all my concerts, Rockstar. If all my concerts are at the Zappos Theater at Planet Hollywood, am I doing a residency in Vegas?
Planet Hollywood is where I saw Tool, but they were not doing it. They did
that's
3 nights.
That's where you see the Scorpions. You'll be out there.
I'll be there, and I like the Scorpions.
March 26th, March 30th.
I got birthday coming up. I want to see Scorpions. I might go.
March 30th is your actual birthday, right?
Hey,
31st.
So if I go see the Scorpions one night in Vegas and can provide a ticket stub, would that wipe a steak off?
No.
What the hell does that mean?
Jeez, that away.
No,
Just buy him a steak. Be done with it.
I might actually go see Scorpions in Vegas now.
Come to Vegas with me.
Are they the original? Are they all together though? Do we know that?
Nobody's ever the original at this age.
Oh, they look pretty old.
Somebody's died.
I don't think any of them have died.
Big hair bands. Big hair bands.
like a hurricane. Get up.
Big hair bands. So do they wear wigs at this point?
Somebody in Farm Folio tried to tell us earlier that they are from Germany. We established that. That's well known. But somebody tried to say that they knew no English at all. They couldn't speak English.
I saw that too.
There's no chance.
Yeah, I mean, listen to how well they sing Wind of Change. I mean, that's almost perfect English.
And by the way,
just the
most
way the CIA
countries
wanted it.
outside of us dumb Americans know multiple languages.
Yeah, I think it's the original group, Lance. Best I can tell.
Damn, they're close to 70.
Yeah, there's some old ass Scorpions.
Yeah, it is.
They really
I
are.
can't sting you no more.
Stingers are gone.
Stinger.
Yeah, the stinger dysfunction.
Rudolf Schnicker, Klaus Mein, Matthias Jobs. So I can't even say all these.
And Clark.
Phil Johnson.
Yeah, we talked about Klaus Mein and Matthias Jobs.
Yeah, they're
earlier.
still there. They're still there. So that's really the only ones you care about.
Yeah, I mean, I might be down for that now.
Well, they're out in Vegas. You see them all of April and March, basically in Vegas. So
Adele's going to be. Wait.
Nope. Adele got PO'd about a pool.
But we got, what's his name? Keith Urban taking her place. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's go.
Are you? That is the.
Yeah.
That's a
villain?
bad trade.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is. I don't like Keith Urban. I like country music, but I don't like Keith Urban.
I mean, he can play guitar according to most. I think the only person that likes him is Nicole Kidman, right?
I don't dislike Keith Urban. I like Keith Urban fine. I'm just saying going from Adele to Keith Urban is a pretty big drop. Yeah.
I mean, what is that the equivalent of?
That would be like I was supposed to play at Augusta National, and it got postponed, so we just found some public track nearby.
No, it's going. We were going to ski the French Alps, and I'm going to Gatlinburg now.
I'm skiing over Gatlinburg.
Come on, Keith
Or
Urban's better
Mento.
than
No, that's
Gatlinburg.
Bento. That's the French Alps to Mento.
No.
Chris Helmsworth was going to play in a movie, but he can't, so we got Steve Buscemi. Okay.
I mean, it's not all the way to Mentone. Have you ever skied at Mentone?
No.
I have.
I have not.
But Adele's probably known as maybe the best vocalist in the world right now as far as
She seems, yes, but she seems a little bit, not much, a little high maintenance.
She might be a handful.
She
Jeez.
cried that she had to cancel. On the Instagram, she was crying.
You know, I'm sure they made her. You got to say something. The first show is tomorrow night, and you haven't said anything. Okay, I'll do it on Instagram and cry. I mean, that's bad luck.
I heard Adele back in the day used to get after it.
Really?
So,
like drinking, drugs, sex?
No, she was in a
cigarettes, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yeah, sounds like a 1950s high school counselor.
Tobacco and firearms.
Gambling.
She would shoot
the
bottle
occult
rockets.
done away.
I mean,
black magic.
She was selling pyramid schemes,
I mean,
multi-level marketing.
What does that mean?
Curfew breaking.
Have you done today's Cowan Equipment poll question?
Yep.
All right.
That was how we started talking about the Scorpions, Jim. Have you heard this segment?
Give us another Cowan Equipment here. Have you ever had days when the beer goes down really good?
I've had a few of those done away. Yes, quite a few. That's why I'm in my situation. Oh, let's find Cowan to talk about our good friends.
Done it once.
I want it again. They
That's
get multiple
fine. Hey,
reads of the
Cowan
show.
Equipment, proud to partner with the next round on our new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. That is Cowan. Do you think J-Lo seems like she would be the highest maintenance celebrity out there?
Zero doubt.
Mariah Carey, too.
Yeah, Mariah Carey would first one to pop to my mind.
But Mariah Carey doesn't take care of herself like J-Lo. I think J-Lo would be the highest. Mariah Carey probably is in the mix.
But no, that's why J-Lo takes care of herself. Mariah Carey would be like, okay, we need photographers to be at least 27 feet back, this kind of lighting. You can only shoot me from this angle.
Need a bag of Hershey's Kisses.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
Make that 2 bags.
Yeah. I need a piece of rolls.
Cheesecake.
All I want for Christmas is some food, man. More grub.
All right.
That's a good Weird Al song. All I want for Christmas is more food.
They announced the NBA All-Star team. Did y'all see this?
Don't tell me yet. Don't tell me yet.
No, I wanted to
don't
see
care.
how many of you can name the 5 on each side. 5 east.
I've already seen it.
You've already seen it? You got it? Okay, Brown?
I can't.
I know. I want you to try.
Okay, LeBron.
LeBron is a yes answer on the West.
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant's a yes on the East.
Steph Curry.
Those are the 2 captains. Steph is a yes. You're 3 for 3. You only got to do 10.
Jason Tatum.
7 away from the win. Jason Tatum, no.
Okay, I'm out.
Rockstar, you want to try to pick up?
There is one that you guys zero chance you will get.
Greek Freak.
Yes, he's on there.
Your reigning MVP.
That doesn't help. They do from the Mavericks. What's the dude from the Mavericks?
Oh, Luka.
Luka's not on there.
Luka's not on there.
Yeah.
How are we going to have an All-Star game without Luka?
Jokic is on there.
All right.
We talked about him a lot with the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, John Morant.
John Morant is on
Left
there.
him off.
And then the guy I assume you're thinking about will never get, the Lakers Wiggins.
Well, the Golden State Warriors Wiggins.
Oh, he's not with the Lakers?
No.
Okay, Golden State Warriors Wiggins. That's right. There's 2
They've
of
been
them.
mailing his check to the wrong place.
Yeah.
By the way, a Canadian. I got to point. Anytime I know somebody's a Canadian, I got to point it out. He's a Canadian.
It's Canadian.
Embiid, and then it was weird seeing a Bulls jersey on the All-Star
He's
roster
played
again,
great, though.
but DeMar DeRozan is on there.
Yeah, DeMar DeRozan, former Spur, has played really, really well for the Bulls this year. Again, not that I watch a lot of NBA at all. I've kind of tapped out. You guys remember that I was a gigantic NBA fan, had the league pass forever. I don't even have the league pass now. Sad admission.
That's where it's going.
No, that was going to be my point, is that very few people watch the NBA like they used to, and they just announced the All-Star team, and the room could not name all 10.
Yep.
And I had Wiggins in L.A.
I agree with Chad. My girl, Ariana Grande, has got to be on the high maintenance.
High maintenance.
Yeah, but she's high maintenance in a tiny package.
James Corden had to carry her in a shop on that carpool karaoke thing.
Oh, James Corden.
Yeah.
I'd put her
I think
on
that
my
was
shoulder.
a joke, though. I know you would.
All right, quick break here. When we come back, more on the playoff championship Sunday. You'll hear from Joe Burrow and from Roman Harper on our show about crowd noise, and Bruce Pearl on the importance of playing a non-SEC game at that point. That's the next 2 segments right here on the show that's being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's.
866 Wayne's 1, that's Smart Pest. Gets you the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring in your crawl spaces in your attics. You don't want to go up there and pay attention to the rodents. They do it for you so you don't get an infestation. Hugely important. Call 866 Wayne's 1 to get started today. Mention this code TNR for the next round. It helps us and it helps you because you get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. 866 Wayne's 1, 866 Wayne's and the number 1.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Boom, boom. Back with you on the next round. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Farm Folio. Over in the chat room there, you got Jesse saying, although the Scorpions sing in English, they do not speak conversational English. Inside Germany magazine says the Scorpions are not as popular as they are on an international scale.
Huh. That is weird to me, though, how people will speak with a really, really strong accent, but then when they sing, it sounds like perfect English. That is so odd.
Well, what's also strange to me is the Scorpions aren't popular, if that is in fact true, in Germany, but David Hasselhoff is.
Yeah, it is weird.
They love metal, too. Germans love metal.
Yeah, I mean, but I think Wind of Change hit #1 over there, so they were popular at one point over there. That's how we won the Cold War, in case you've missed it.
I would say, Keith Urban is Australian, and he sounds country when he sings.
No doubt.
But when he talks.
Yeah, there's probably some Hicks in Australia, though, right?
I think there are Hicks everywhere.
G'day, mate. How you doing? You doing all right?
That was a weird combo, but you pulled it off.
I got some fecal matter from a kangaroo. G'day.
Farm Folio chat rooms where you found that, Brown.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farm Folio show you how your investment can turn into cash flowing farmland properties. See more at farmfolio.net.
All right, Rockstar, let's go back to cuts 5 and 6 now. We never got to that in the last segment. Joe Burrow, who looks like he's in our studio today, he's bundled up in a toboggan and a scarf.
He looks like he's setting traps for...
I can't wait to get in my car.
He set traps for two crooks that are trying to bust into his house while his parents are in France.
He really does. But look, put him up before you play. Look at that. Look how young he looks just in the face there.
Y'all ready for a fact?
Okay.
The Bengals have never lost an AFC championship game.
Wow, they've only played in two?
They're 2-0. They beat the Chargers in 81 and the Bills in 88.
You know what that is? That's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's a fact, Jack.
Trend and our ankle.
All right, here's Joe on that crowd noise, backpedaling a little bit about how he doesn't expect Arrowhead to be anything like an SEC stadium.
Joe, you're going into a stadium that is reputable for the noise and things of that nature. I wanted to know what college stadium gave you that same kind of experience and how that will help you going into this game. And I'll say thank you in front.
In the SEC, every single week, it seems like that, every stadium is really loud. There's hundreds of thousands of people. This one is going to be similar. We expect it to be really loud. We're talking about it throughout the week. We're going to have to be great with our communication, our nonverbal communication, just like every week on the road.
That is something that Roman surprised me yesterday. I want to play that and get your reaction. When Roman, yesterday on our show, Roman Harper, the great Super Bowl winning safety for the New Orleans Saints, played at Alabama, we asked him, LT actually asked him the same question about crowd noise in college and crowd noise in the NFL. Here's what Roman told us.
I would think the loudest venues are still in the NFL. I think that's because the fans are a little bit more, they think these things out. They're methodical in which way they work, right? They know when to yell. In college, it's not always like that. They're just kind of yelling. Half the kids are like not paying attention, so it's not the same.
I mean, that
surprised me.
That did surprise me because Roman played, 4 full years at Alabama, right? So, I mean, he went to Tiger Stadium. He went to Jordan-Hare.
And how about I don't believe him? I know he played there. I don't believe him.
I do remember the game he played in, the big Marshawn Lynch run against Seattle. I'm sure that made an impact on you. I mean, that was loud. That's one of those earthquake type
Did you guys
games.
realize, though, so Burrow's the #1 overall pick, obviously, 2 years ago. He is the first quarterback pick, #1 overall, to reach a conference championship game within his first 2 seasons. You know who the fastest to reach a conference championship game was? Quarterback pick #1 overall?
Ben Roethlisberger.
It was Jared Goff in year 3.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
And here's another one for you. Underdogs of 7 or more, which they're 7-point underdogs,
have played in 38 conference championship games since 1970. What do you think the records are?
All right,
teams that are getting 7+ points, and they're a 7-point underdog.
Never have won.
38 games.
Never have won. 0-38.
Oh, it's
not going to be 0-38.
I'd say 28-10 in favorite.
7-31. 7 dogs have outright won out of 38 times. The last one, Joe Flacco in the 2012 Ravens against Tom Brady.
It's been a decade ago.
Yeah. AJ tacks on to Lance's. AJ says, great stat, Lance. Great stat about 2-0 Cincinnati Bengals in the AFC Championship game. And he says, remind Lance who they played after both those AFC Championship games in the Super Bowl.
Oh, no, the 49ers.
AJ's a San Francisco fan.
Oh, I don't know if he is or not.
No, he is. He is. By the way, the Shepherd says, New York Post, page 6, verifying the picture of Bridget Fonda.
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
Gosh. That's sad to see.
Well, it is. It's sad that anybody chasing her down with a camera.
Let me ask you this. If you had to get to that size in a year, if in fact that was the picture we saw from 2021, it had to have been a
I don't think it was.
Do you think you could get Bridget Fonda size in a year?
I don't know.
Oh, I could easily.
Plus, how much? If that was in fact the picture, we're talking about plus how many pounds?
I mean, I'd have to gain 100 pounds.
That's 100 pounds.
If I gain 100 pounds by January of next year, I don't think I could do that.
Oh, I could do it easily.
You don't think you can gain 100 pounds?
What do you think you weigh right now?
Oh, I know exactly what I weigh right now.
Oh, I forgot you have the supermodel scale you weigh every day.
I'm 189.5 right now.
Yeah.
So you think you can get to 290?
A weight to wellness low of 177.
No, not in a full year. I don't think you can do it. I don't think you can. I don't think you gain 100 pounds in a year.
You look like Chet in Weird Science.
Yep. And if I stopped,
Chet had a good voice, didn't he?
And if I let my hair grow out and I didn't color it, I would look exactly like Bridget Fonda on the left.
I don't think you can do it. Let's try it and see.
In fact, I've got her shirt at the house. I could wear that shirt too.
Yep.
You have that purse?
I don't know what's in that purse.
How many keys does she have?
That's a lot.
I guess they're to all her cabinets.
That just is not her. It is not her. It's not her.
It can't be her.
It is not her. I don't care what you say, Shepard. Shepard has lied to me before.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing, Brown. I mean, Hollywood types are very vain. Unless,
let her live her life. If she wants to eat, let her eat.
That's fine.
Let her eat.
It's not her.
I mean, seriously, how many packs of
they said that
Lance's crackers can you fit in that little purse of hers?
Lance's crackers, I graduated from those.
I mean, the movie is totally different if she's the single white female that moves in.
Y'all just let her eat.
Jennifer Jason Leigh is running out the door.
Let her eat.
She's coming.
All right.
You think hell's going to hurt?
Let her eat. I'm the one saying let her eat.
When we come back, I thought that's you driving. Accelerating. Let her eat.
Well, I do that too.
When we come back, Bruce Pearl on playing an out-of-conference game tomorrow wraps up our show, brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Thank you, Bud Light, for sponsoring the show from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio. This is Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne, serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. It may feel like summer's a long way off, but it will be here before you know it. Now is the time to let our friends at Wayne's get your lawn in shape to ensure you and your family enjoy that barefoot good summer lawn. The first month's free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Give them a call today. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com and let Wayne's create your happy place.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Okay, 2 things to get to here. 3 things, actually. Mike Bobo back at Georgia as an analyst. First time they lose a game, everyone's going to look at Bobo as the landmine. They're going to go, "What are you doing? You're back." 41 years.
Messed us up.
Messed us up again. And then the other 2 things brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, the official vodka of the 2022 games.
Yeah, hey, locally owned and operated. Pick up a bottle this weekend. You're going to absolutely love it. Their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place, Pink Package, also your ABC store. Pick up a bottle this weekend of Redmont Vodka.
Okay, first, Bruce Pearl cut 1 rock star. It is Oklahoma and Auburn tomorrow. All the SEC Big 12 Challenge games tomorrow. Here's Bruce Pearl on why it's important right now to play a non-SEC game. Here's the Auburn head coach.
I think it's valuable in that we'll be seeing some different actions. Typically, leagues tend to run some of the same stuff, guard the same way. You see it every night. You see somebody else guard. You see somebody else run their offense, and you all sort of put it together. That's why, I think it's true in football. The SEC sort of plays a style. The Big Ten plays a style. And so, yeah, it'll be somewhat refreshing just from a schematic standpoint. I'm watching Big 12. I've been watching Baylor or Kansas or West Virginia or different opponents that I really haven't studied all year long. So it's good to sort of step out and study some different team. I mean, look, they're going to be really prepared, as will we. they've got a great staff, and we've been working on them for a while, and they've been working on us for a while. But it'll be let's just say refreshing.
Yeah, that's Bruce Pearl right there on that. And then real quickly, we got 15 seconds. You just saw there was an anniversary.
So this date, January 28, 2014, Snowmageddon.
That was a fun time.
I slept under a console.
Oh, Lance had one of the funniest moments I've ever seen in his life.
We'll
so good.
Relive that one day on a podcast. That'd be really fun.
So good.
Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar.